And we are alive, right on time for emotional damage. Who's ready for some Omnicrons, Ultima Thules, and other wonderful, terrible things of the heartbreaking universe that is Final Fantasy XIV? I have eaten, and I feel a little bit better. Jellybean, good to see you, glad to have you. Lolly ho! Lolly ho. Gobble Brooms, Just good to see you. Hype. And Gobble Brooms. And we're back. Yes, we are, Jade. Thank you so much to you and Sarah and to Issa for putting up with me today. I was so tired and so hungry today, and I was a little grumpy. Thank you for putting up with me. It was lovely doing the English. The Criterion dungeons and the variant dungeons with you guys. Jubilant, good to see you, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Hydra, good to see you, glad to have you. I just did the Omnicron treble on my end. Nice. No spoilers. I thought it'd be nice to open up with this lovely little shot of Ultima Thule with Landriel just staring out into the night sky, but also so that we could avoid spoilers for anyone who has not been to Ultima Thule yet. But I guess at this point, if you haven't been, that's on you. Now, shall we start talking to some Omnicrons? Literally just been sitting here trying to chart out the mechanics and patterns for like an hour. Well, I would love to try it again with you guys if you want at some point. Especially off stream when I don't have to worry about either, like, you know, when we can just fail over and over again and no one cares. Brian, good to see you, glad to have you. Good to see you, fellow traveler, indeed. For those of you who don't remember, this is is from Stigmascape. Gordian Guardian, actually. Last Dreg security protocol initiated. Any intruder will be eliminated. Repeat, last Dreg security protocol. So these, all the people in and around here, if you look closely, are actually different peoples from the different insides of the dead ends. And especially in and around Ultima Thule. Actually, some of the people are missing. They must have gone on to into the star. But we'll find that out soon. But that's interesting because I wonder if the necropolis itself will be brought back to life, because I don't know what would be more powerful than that. Passed out for a nap in the middle of last stream, but I have awakened. Perfect timing, Demins. Good to see you, glad to have you. Lurking because spoilers and needing to work on Hildy. Hope the robots are fun. Yeah, no worries, Jellybean. Jellybean, just so you know, I will be working on Hildy as well. I actually have not quite finished Stormblood Hildy, so you may even be ahead of me. So you may be able to join back up for that. Oh, and I also get to do some elaborate voices.
Welcome, Landriel, to the Last Dregs. At long last, we've opened for business, and that's not all. This unit recommends you allow the squeaking life form to elaborate. Please be advised that this recommendation does not extend to other conversations.
Crafter Gather's not at 90. Well, I'm Omni 90 on them, so I don't have to worry about it.
For one thing, we've cleared the place since you last visit. The counter is clean enough to eat off of. We've also recruited additional Omnicrons to our cause. They've absolutely not better to do, and thus are stationed here at all hours. I fear their lack of customer service experience may prove an issue, however, so I think it best that our first patrons be similar to the people of Etheris. You lot have been awfully understanding of our slip-ups with the moon. To fulfill this objective, this unit has taken the liberty of ordering the replications of passerby intelligent life forms based on data recovered from the dead ends. These life forms now exist as tangible simulations, much like this unit itself, allowing them to enjoy Café services. Let me read that. This unit has taken the liberty of ordering the replication of passively intelligent life forms based on data recovered from dead ends. Interesting. So the Omnicrons actually manufactured them. If you orientate your ocular orb to my right, you will find Patron 001 and Patron 002 of the Carolean people. So the people who are at war in the second of the dead ends. The second area of the dead ends. Prepare to die, traitor! I shall now obliterate your hideous helm and your belligerent brain with it. Ideological alignment with the global community is the only way to restore peace. That and the other annihilation of our enemies. You would say that, mongrel? You've long since ceased to see beyond the leash around your neck. Or perhaps it's that tasteless headwear that's cutting off oxygen to your brain. You and your masters know naught of righteousness. The peace you offer is but apathy. Self-determination subjugated to pull of the yoke. Pray that you at last know freedom and death. It depends. It's like the life of Brian, People's Judean Front. Yeah. Gatherers are easy to get to 90, just not some mindless item grind. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Gatherers are so fast to level. I've only important Gatherer Fisher at 90. Well, remember, you don't have to be at 90 to get them to do this, by the way, Des. They starts at 80, so this is a good way to level them.
Splitters! Yep.
As you can see, it's not going as well as we had hoped. The data indicates that while the Corellian prospered materially under the global community, the anti-establishment freedom fighters fought back against its oppressed local social conditions, leading to total annihilation of both civilization and star. Excuse me, it seems like both of you want the same thing, to put an end to this conflict and live happily ever after. Also, to murder each other, but that didn't turn out so well for you last time. How about you take a seat and talk this over?
Oh, Dest. Why? Why, Dest? Okay. Bear with me, Dest. You can get one of your department of lands to like. You can get minor to 80 in like a couple of in like less in like 30 minutes with leaves, and then you'd be able to do it, and you'd be good to go. And then you know what you do? You get another one of them to like 70, and then you do the Shadowbringers one to level that up.
I suppose this will have to do for the time being. For you see, I have something even more important to show you. With me.
Yeah, like, and on Hydra, that's the slow way of doing it. Where did this new quest start? This starts in Ultima Thule in the Necropolis. You have to have a level 80 Gatherer, though. Fisher is super easy and fun to level with ocean fishing, and you can get a mount. Yes, dude, I was so lucky. I got that mount on my second try. I was ready for it to take weeks and stuff. I went in, second try, got it, and I haven't done ocean fishing since.
Can you see it? Here at the end of the universe, a new star has been born.
Dude, this is so important. This is so important. The Song of Hope. The end of the Song of the Despair and the beginning of the Song of Hope harkens onto so much.
Furthermore, readings confirm this unidentified star is composed of dynamis.
Interesting.
With the Endsinger gone, Ultima Thule should no longer be doomed to despair. Yet what kind of star, what civilization could have arisen out of the dynamis of this place? I shudder to think.
That is precisely why this unit recommends eliminating potential threats immediately. The looming specter of hostile civilizations is not conducive to carrying out current orders to live.
Have you learned nothing from the Carlians? We cannot simply go about annihilating everybody who looks at us askance. Besides, it would be the same shame to waste any potential resources the star has to offer. It's not as if we're rolling in tea leaves out here.
This unit finds the eminently killable lifeform's outlook to be intolerably naive.
I'll show you eminently killable, you weird-looking fork.
God, I love Loporrits.
Anyway, I propose that with your help, Lendriel, we first investigate this newborn star. There will be plenty of time for annihilating later, should such measures be called for.
With both eminently killable lifeforms insist, you may access the research portal from base Omnicron. This unit will accompany you for your own safety. I'm still fighting for my 20k trip. I've got 18k plus like 5 times. Oh, Jade. My empathy to you. Have you looked up any guides or anything? Because literally that's what I did. I looked up a guide and then like my second time through. I guess I may have just been really fucking lucky for once. Only 3 dailies for this tribe and I already love it just for the music you hear in a bit. Exciting. I'm also curious, like, condensed dynamis within Ultima Thule, it makes sense, right? And so it has weird and very tangible effects. But I wonder, the short story begin with Medion seems to imply a lot of others. God, I spent far too much time fighting that thing to not have coins to buy it. I will clear you, Criterion.
Beyond this portal, you will find research area constructed for the purpose of collecting data on the new star. You may proceed, with caution, to the star from here. Color me impressed by Stigma 4, that is. It's the one that made all of this now. Now look sharp, Forky.
And 7,000 is now just known as Forky to me. Hail the Silky. Yeah, I want to go back into Criterion! Ah! Yeah, it's easy to get over 10k, but anything more is RNG and fish don't want me. Oh, poor Jade. I haven't watched a guy, but consistently hated team points. Remember plump for sharks.
Apparently, if we wish hard enough, this will teleport us all the way to the new star. How hard is hard enough?
The unit has already given order to increase the instruments and materials available in A4 research. Potential enemies would not find base Omnicron unprepared. FTL travel initiated. Calibrating coordinates. Okay, we're going faster than light travel? That's interesting. I guess we already have. Oh, buddy. He's so cute already. I wonder if the Hermes short story was supposed to reference this. Not this specifically, but the same concept.
If Ultima Thule is governed by sentiment, does that mean that this huge thing came straight from someone's heart?
Initializing scan of planet's surface and core. Environmental scans inconsistent with data from previously recorded planets. No signs of civilization detected. This unit can only assume that the star is entirely new. Yes, my theory is correct. Forged free from the sorrows of past dynamis, from its own ethereal sea, brought birth to new, just like souls of the living. But is it who I think it is? Who brought it forth?
Unlike anything seen before.
Emergency alert from the last dregs. It's just literally the dial-up tone. Ahem. This is unit will now transmit directly from Stigma 4. Emergency alert. Customers designated Patron 001 and Patron 002 resisting delivery of sustenance. Weapons have been drawn. Please advise.
Resisting? What in the world did you serve them?
As proposed by flea-ridden managers, staff first attempted to provide patrons with locally rendered carrots. These were rejected as not food. Gonona oil and Omnicron grease were also rejected, despite database indicating that these substances fulfilled 95% of the criteria for designation as food. Words unsuitable for transmission also issued forth from patrons at this time. The torrent of verbal abuse activated the Gordhona Guardian's moderation filters, causing it to set weapon systems to purge. All remaining units have been withdrawn behind available cover. Projections indicate a 99.9783% chance of failure should further aberrations be attempted by current staff. Management support requested.
I sort of expected this. After all, artificial carrots just aren't right. Where's the fresh and juicy crunch? Where's the slight aftertaste of the dirt?
This may sound far-fetched, but perhaps they don't like carrots.
I don't know why anyone would bother putting other things in their mouth, when there are perfectly good carrots lying about. But very well, I'll suppose we'll need to concoct some sort of nutritious admixture.
Data indicates that cultivation prospects in Ultima Thule are abysmal. To manufacture ingredients would require a dedicated production plant.
Given the fate of the aforementioned carrots, this simply will not do. But what of the new star? Could it not be used to cultivate the freshly culinary ingredients we need? Ah, I can see it now! Our customers' contentment upon tasting the most delicious and nutritious cuisine they've ever had! The sight should delight me, as much one as 100 carats of happiness at least.
His hopes, his apparitions, his dreams, the dynamis made manifest from his... Oh, yeah. Oh, look at the lights in his eyes.
Goodness me!
Scanning soil, acidity, moisture content, and temperature within acceptable parameters.
And it's so soft under my paw, as if simply begging for cultivation.
Indeed, an analyst indicates that 56.2% of cultivators registered to a database during prior conflicts with organic civilizations would be suited for this environment.
Did this star grant my wish? I suppose given the nature of this place, it's not unreasonable to believe the residual energies from Medion's nest could have coalesced into a new star, nor that said star would be susceptible to emotions as the rest of the dynamis around here. This theory is excessively convenient, but the data does not contradict it. Your ability to insult me even when we're in agreement never ceases to amaze. Fortunately for you, I have better things to do than bicker with a bucket of bolts right now. Oh, magics of creation, feel the craving deep within my soul, and grant me endless carrots!
It's like he's wishing on a Dragon Ball.
Perhaps gluttony does not qualify as an emotion. Bugger, yet my hopes for Café do apparently. Unlike my, however, sincere visions of carrots specifically, that intangible hope for potential futures took form as tillable earth, in which case perhaps the joy as yet unrealized possibility is the key to success here. Thus, shall we call it Elysium?
Hey! Jubilant, you around?
Elysium, a joyful land where our hopes may come to rest. The mythology at work here remains alien to this unit, but the overexcited organism's speculation has merit. Dynamis has been demonstrated to make impossible.
Friggin' Yelp reviews. I now know without doubt in my mind Kingdom Hearts is carrots. Fuck your light, I got carrots.
However, the data also shows that it lends itself as easily to ill as to good. If the beings of Ultimate Thule succumb to despair once more, the consequences will be dire. This unit does not even need to run the calculations to be sure. Oh boy, my carrots! I forgot all about the customers. We must attend to them. With all haste, let's wrap up the nature of the star.
I'm always the person who shares the bait. Shout out to Lulu Tool. Yeah. I was going to offer to trade a Silky Minion for one of those tables you kept getting. Yeah, Sarah, if you want to trade it, I'll do that. I'll trade that. Oh, man, I want that Cactar umbrella more than life itself, but I ain't buying it. I'll just have to keep running it. Oh, Demins, I fucking love this music. I'm totally with you. I love it. It's really beautiful. I'm just gonna take a second. Just gonna take a second to enjoy this. Sometimes it's not all right, and sometimes we can't fix the hurt, but it's always worth remembering there's something to hold on to. Forgive me my sentimentality. I love the background music there, yeah. So somehow I ended up with 2 Chronicles of Light. I don't remember ordering 2, but that's what showed up. I will gladly take one, Issa. So, but or, you know, we could raffle one off. Come to think of it, it takes total sense Hydaelyn, the mother of crystal, made Loporrit since valuable stones are measured in carats. Exactly, Des. Not gonna be happy till I can grow my own helpless flowers. You're a sweet man, Elliot. Thanks, Demons. Jolly! Good to see, glad to have you. Here's a funny quest with funny rapids and funny robots, also an emotional gut punch. But what would we expect? Would we expect anything else from Final Fantasy XIV?
Please, if you would sit down for a nice calming cup of tea. As if I would fall for your ruse a second time. The food you served us made me long for the days of chewing a boot in the trenches. As if I would fall for your ruse. Deeply though it pains me, I must agree. That was the least palatable vegetable I've ever eaten, wartime or no. If I die, my blood is on your hands. Heavens, we can't have that. We wish only to satisfy our customers, to bring them joy so they may never again fall to despair. What dishes would bring you joy, if I might ask? Everything we typically eat from beans to beef is manufactured according to specifications that I cannot begin to guess at. But I would take anything even approaching normal at this point. Perhaps a salad to cleanse the palate of that horrid oil. As long as there's none of these genetically modified logs in this time. I see. 2 salads with completely organic ingredients coming right up. How soon you paltry gray matters forget there is a dearth of produce in this corner of the universe. Even on the new star, seeds will require time to grow. Oh, but surely Lendril can do something about that. You are a miner after, are you not? Surely there must be some manner of edible flora around here, inconspicuous though it may be. And I dare say local ingredients are something of a conversation starter, so that could be the next step towards our patrons resolving their differences. Wouldn't that be lovely? You need only relax and wait. We'll serve you a delicious dinner yet. Reluctantly reviewing natural resources database. Bing! Promising nodes located. Liverworts growing upon stone formations in the Rahatera era show acceptable nutrition composition. Based on recent analysis of customers' culinary preferences, you may wish to aim for your high work-to-rock ratio. While you do that, we'll see if we can scrounge up a few more ingredients from our stores. Though I still cannot imagine why one would prefer other foodstuff to carrots, I must admit that I find the culinary experimentation rather invigorating. Just ask Puddingway. I'm gonna be honest, I'm really torn because I'm really excited to play 7.0 like when it launches as it launches, but I also want to experience it with you guys. But obviously I feel like I totally understand that a lot of you will either want to be playing or also not want spoilers, and so I'm like, I'm torn, especially if there's any emotional gut punches. Did I not put on? What is?
What's the chance of item? But I want. No, I want. King's Yield, solid result. I'll leave the jackal with her. How many of you guys have done the Omnicrons already? Me, Hydra, Willow, I have. Nice. AC, good to see you, glad to have you. Also, John, good to see you, glad to have you. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. I don't think I said hi to you guys earlier. Nice. Nice. Just got here. Well, welcome. Really looking forward to how things change as you level up that rep. Me fucking two demons. If it's that heart-wrenching already, I can only imagine the hope it'll stand for in the future. Which is everything I had hoped from it. A symbol of the rebirth and optimistic outlook at the heart of the Song of Hope and the change from the Song of Despair. Return of allied life forms, Landriel, is most welcome. This unit can only hope that other organic life forms will now cease their whining. Quality and quantity of provided ingredients exceeded expected parameters. Yours may be, I knew Landriel would go above and beyond. Now to put these ingredients to test. Des, you're doing the reverse of me, because after I finish Omnicron, then I'm gonna have to go do my Hildibrand stuff. Needless to say, I fear for my life, but now that you've gone to so much trouble, I suppose we should try it. Yeah, I hear you, Demins. But honestly, isn't the journey so much the point? And also, you know, I find that it's a very helpful tool to, like, help me, like, want to get on and not like feel forced to get on every day, but like just like something, a little something to get me going in the day. An astoundingly robust spectrum of flavor and texture. I was unaware that food could possess such unpleasant complexity. Mass-produced dishes pale in comparison. Watch your tongue. The global community solved world hunger through your automation. You know, you lot would have scurvy thrice over without it. Still, I must admit the flavor is unique. Though we replicated a wide variety of cultivars in our factories, just as many were consigned to history. I see now what a loss that was. There's an appeal to having the freedom to choose what you eat, is there not? Though I recognize the validity of your world hunger argument. Perhaps there is room for both perspectives at this table. As this peculiar waiter observed, our haste to elevate one at the expense of others has not served us well in the past. Odd words to hear from a freedom fighter, but not wrong. That's the spirit. I'm certain you two have plenty in common, if you're willing to hear each other out. In the meantime, why not help us with the gardening? Release some of that pent-up energy that has you shouting at each other all the time. Think about it. It's honest, non-violent work, and the more you grow, the more new flavors you can experience.
We have a patch of land on a new star that has your name on it. Well, your patron designation anyways. What do you say?
I cannot claim that I'd be happier on the battlefield. I fought in the name of peace until there was not left to fight, or to fight for. There's to be a better way, maybe in safeguarding life rather than taking it. I'll find out what that is. I hesitate to align my ethos with that of a global citizen, yet it is true that we have now have the freedom to choose a better future.
Very well. I shall put down my arms and travel a different path this time around.
Then it is truce. Let us plant those vegetables.
Ooh, I smell hope, and it smells like carrots of happiness! If you're wondering, perhaps Elysium can smell it too. Inconclusive and 80% nonsensical, however, possibilities resulting from this unlikely alliance approach the infinite. I suppose that means we'll have to go and see for ourselves. Come along, patrons.
Issa! Oh, Issa, you did fantastic. You just got off of work. You had only done one thing, and you hadn't fought Silky before, and you did amazing. I will hear no umbrage! To Hildy, but not sure how to weapon. Yeah, oh, someone already explained it for you. Yeah, my problem is I forgot to do Hildy, and I have not taken the time to, in my free time, go do Hildy. So, you guys are gonna watch me play a lot of Hildy today. At least you'll get to my first reaction to it.
Despite the small yet statistically significant chance of their being greeted by hostiles, the native life forms have sent patron 001 and patron 002 ahead to Elysium. These units suggested we make haste in confirming what effects, if any, their emotions have wrought on the star.
Yes, I will need people for Yojimbo, because I'm gonna hit Yojimbo in a little bit.
I love it. It's beautiful.
Also, I'm definitely going to be falling asleep to this song for the next 4 years.
I really don't know how to explain it. It sounds like the music. God, I don't know how to say it in a way that doesn't just sound really weird and overwrought, but the music that tends to play in my head and heart, I don't know, hope incarnate, the kind of thing that you wish the world to be. I'm not really sure how else to frame it.
Nevertheless, much of the newborn star remains as unto a blank canvas. What other hopes will the power of dynamis bring to life? A lullaby, far away but close in the distance. That's exactly what it is.
The Curlians seem to be multiplying. I wonder if these ones were pulled from the mire of despair out there, just like our patrons. In any case, we're going to need more salad.
As I was considering the myriad possibilities we might sow upon this unmarred land, I was filled with a strange sense of optimism. Next I knew there were plants all about. I don't know where it came from, but I'm glad for the sudden appearance of the agriformer. It's a relic of the days before we fully automated food production. It'll make nurturing the plants much easier.
Dynamis base alterations to the local environment exceeded all but the most improbable of predictions. Data from prior civilizations indicates that the organic customers will be pleased with the vegetation available for consumption. The unit proposes a temperate retreat to A4 research to discuss further salads and salad adjacent matters.
You do that. I'm just gonna take some time. Forgive me being boring for a second. The fact that I've seen ship art of these two Carolians reminds me of how amazing the internet is. Fantastic, AC. Welcome to Space Starbucks. Get to work, customer. So what I'm hearing is you may need helping people for the trial later. Absolutely. I've done Hildy, but I haven't in me to the grind to do things. Oh, this is pretty. Yeah, it very much is. I'll be listening from my phone in bed. Thanks, Issa. This was the music I put on when I took my nap earlier. I'd like to point out they made a garden with the power of friendship. And isn't it beautiful? All management units are present. This unit will now run multiple cognitive simulations on the last Dreg's future. Exactly. Exactly, Demins. There can be no denying that even in the depths of despair, I mean, the Elpis flowers proved it in and of themselves, there was hope. And even those shades and reflections of civilizations long dead and long past have the power to make something better of their lives for as much as they can be considered. Analysis complete. Simulations suggest that further constellations with reconstructed lifeforms when charged to nature of Elysium will both be beneficial and increasing future customer satisfaction. Overall friendly interactions appear key to success of Last Dregs, objective which are vital to ongoing mission to live. In other words, if we continue to value our patrons, our cafe will become an ever greater source of joy. This unit would not make such a fanciful projection, but nevertheless agrees with general trajectory proposed. The ongoing assistance of allied lifeforms at Lendriel will also be invaluable. Will you continue to act as management unit? Oh, I can't. I take this too seriously to pick that answer. Oh, I can't not pick that answer. This is one of the only times you're going to see me pick the joke answer. This unit is asking you nicely. Also, it is technically a food service. Even worse. Pretty please, Lendriel. I know that with your help, a wonderful future awaits. In preparation for the next phase of operation, this unit proposes strategically repositioning Matrix Stigma 644 to this location, that it may be better assist in coordinating planetary and cafe objectives. Transmission of orders will commence at your signal. I could go either way on it, Demins. I see. The leopard's sending me back to the mines. What else is new? The retail mines, the food service mines. Retro thrusters on cooldown, initiating matrix installation. Speaking of which, we have one more installation to attend to. Old Still and 7000. Make the robot cute. Make the robot cute. Yes. Perfect. Now I can tell which Omnicron insults will be coming from. It also signifies your role in this operation quite well, does it not? Crude yet effective, this unit will consent to wearing the large-eared lifeform's primitive accessory. Now, my loyal crew, to work. The possibilities are endless, and so there's much to be done. What a fucking choice. Glorious. Me fucking too, Hydra. Me fucking too. Glorious. I wonder if we'll get more about the metaphysics of dynamis. We should pay very close attention to what they're saying. According to verbal testimony of Mandalorian's manager, delicious and unique coffee is a vital component of any cafe. Although objective analysis of such inherently subjective categories prove difficult, current stores of coffee have been classified as insufficient. Upgrading establishment coffee is predicted to result in clear strategic benefits. Your task is to procure necessary ingredients to achieve this goal. Mine rock salt from Elysian fields. When your task is complete, deliver the materials to food processing units in the last dregs. Commencing regularly scheduled analysis of Hydaelyn agricultural endeavors. You're requested to stand by while processing completes and your task is assigned. Analysis concludes that improvements to Hydaelyn fertilizer by means of alien matter may result in higher crop yields. For this task, we require the aid of most efficient errand organism in the immediate vicinity. You obtain nutrient-rich ore from Omnicron Deca Octo. Approximate coordinates 9330. Consider this mission to be top priority. Task log indicates a pending request for Lendriel. Hydaelyans patrolling the wellspring of regret require the delivery of sustenance. Depletion of nutrients in the biological vessel directly correlates to emotional instability, which is statistically proven as a source of psychological warfare, physical altercations, and/or severe grumpiness. Current trajectory classified as untenable. Proceed with caution and haste. Am I gonna have to fight a couple of them because they're being grumpy? Voice of a distant server. So how do we end the intro quest in this tribal series about hope rekindling the ashes of civilizations and people long dead? Robo bunny ears. I mean, what could be possibly more JRPG? Or what, Elio? Or what? What did I say? Oh, did I say orgasm? What would the Omnicrons know of orgasms? You bet your sweet ass you did! What would you know about my sweet ass, Caesar? You know, I remember when I first arrived in Ultima Thule, it was day 2 of Endwalker being out. No one was here. It was completely dead. It was like 3 a.m. or so. I had thought at the time that until you finished Ultima Thule, no one shows up because, I mean, that would make contextual sense. But I just remember being struck how beautiful it was. The music that played in the background. At this point, I had only just arrived at the land of the Ea, so the lyrics had never kicked in. It was just me, alone, in a fading echo of a song. And I remember I walked over somewhere around here. I think something like right here. And I stood here with my chocobo, and I just took a second, and I just stared out. Because I knew it was a special moment. I knew that for that ephemeral moment, there was something beautiful and something important that I was experiencing. But I also knew that 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, what have you, that feeling wouldn't be quite the same. You know, emotions change, lives change, memories fade. Our relationship to the things around us change. I mean, my emotional reaction to close in the distance the first time I heard it. It was so powerful and meant so much, and it still does, but just by familiarity, it's not quite the same. But, you know, you keep going, and I guess there are some other things, and there are other beautiful things that we come across. There are even just renditions, re-renditions of the same familiar things that can make us cry and move us. So, you know, maybe I can see if I have my that photo, because I took one photo knowing that I wanted to try to hold on to that moment for as long as I could. I knew I couldn't forever, but for as long as I could. Yeah, okay. Forgive me this, but give me a moment to let myself find it. Pre-Endwalker. There, found it. Just me and a chocobo, staring out onto the galaxy. It's not been that long, and yet feels like a lifetime ago. Shall we get back to the quest then? I'm running due support to get the last tomestones I need for Hildy weapons, but I keep getting distracted by Ultimate Thule music. It's a good reason to be distracted. Hit harder when you realize the Chocobo has been through a lot of stuff with you. Exactly. Wouldn't have chosen any other companion. It didn't hit harder. It hit exactly as intended. Oh, it's you. I don't suppose you've come to help me with my work. We're literally delivering him a bento. This is food. I'm so hungry the rocks and dirks were beginning to look like freshly baked bread and powdered sugar. Thank you for this bounty. Speaking of which, you haven't seen the would-be taskmaster from the Global Community Round, have you? He criticized me upon every opportunity. Not a surprise for someone who is of his stripe, but my ears may well bleed from the abuse. Still, little use wondering why villains will be vile when there's a meal to be had. Now, I feast. I'm grinding varying criterion for tomes now to finish LD. Nice. I've been maxed out at cap for them, so I honestly just waiting to get to relics. What is it now? Make it quick. Patrolling requires the utmost concentration, you know. Food for me? Why, how unexpected. Truth be told, my patrols so far have been exercising battling off pangs of boredom and hunger in equal measure. This, at least, shall help me with the latter. While you're here, it might not do something about the lay about freedom fighter. I've noticed a number of careless errors in this work, I'm expected to work alongside his kind. It's only right that he be held to the same standard of diligence, empty stomach notwithstanding. Perhaps it's best not to think about the work until after I've eaten this gift. So quickly does one's mood turn dark without sustenance. You have my thanks. My chocobo is my best friend, and I will kill and die for him. I just think of all the Namazus I've dragged with me across the rift back in time. What? I got White Mage Mandeville weapon and one of the process to make the weapons amusing but can easily be explained. I have not got there yet, so can't talk about it, any of it. Just think of all the noobs. I remember I got out of the cutscene where Graha gets birded and my wind-up Graha was right there and I broke down. Yeah. This is my chocobo. There are many others like it, but this one is mine. Just because this is an element I notice a lot of people never really notice. Let me go find it. Is it over here? And the Omnol, yeah. So, this is the dragon breeding ground. And if you actually go here, all the eggs are, and they do mention this in the MSQ, but I think a lot of people just don't really notice it. All the eggs are either broken or putrid. The baby dragons all died before they even were born. Yet one more symbol of despair for the dragons. Their hope and their progeny taken from them, along with everything else. It's stuff like that that lets you remember how important something like Ultima Thule is in terms of the fact that we were able to push back from that in the end. To build a better future and to build a better song. Darvin, good to see you, glad to have you. Final Fantasy overture the music for the final day. Yeah. It's a powerful moment. Man, the ending of Endwalker is not just a powerful moment, it is a series of motherfucking powerful moments. Wait, there's lights and neon signs. Were these always here? They weren't, and the music's playing. We are restoring life to Necropolis, the city defined by being the city of the dead, where the ghosts and memories live. This is exactly what I was hoping this would be. Not just fighting for a better tomorrow, but building one.
Allied lifeform Lendriel detected. This in regard to the coffee upgrade. Yes, scanning for requested materials. Requested materials detected. Please place them carefully in this unit's receptacle. Recipient of materials confirmed. This unit thanks you for your efforts. Return to Stigma 4 for your recompense.
You know, we should all come here sometime and just hang out. Just spend some time. think Elysium will give the dragons a place to lay their eggs. I hope so, John. I hope so. It's a faint hope, but I hope some small, subtle changes happen through Ultimate Duel as you progress through the tribe quest to reflect the increasing hopefulness of the Shades. If the City of the Dead, if the necropolis itself can become a symbol of hope, I think anything's possible. Or like John said, the dragons are somehow represented on the scene. I think it's quite possible. I can't say what's more unbelievable, that I'm gardening with the enemy or that I quite enjoy it. I was dead serious about the war, believe you me. Yet somehow this feels more meaningful. Organic life form Shiga Landriel, will you be pleased to know that liquid dispensation is imminent. Now, how many this unit assist you? Cross-referencing Sigma 4 memory data. Bing! Gorhona was the first civilization that units from Alphatron star encountered and ultimately conquered upon achieving interstellar travel. At the time, we believed that the Gorhonas machines were the true leaders of its civilizations. Gorhona was thus registered as a threat and annihilated with swiftness. It was only when, after extermination had concluded, that we learned that Gorhonites were in fact silicon-based life forms, though further data on their true nature remains scarce. Historical reconstructions is an ongoing endeavor. Members of 8th civilizations, which the entity Meteon encountered, refer to themselves as Carlians. These lifeforms shared numerous characteristics with the people of the Mateus home star, Etheris, including a penchant for the interspecies conflict. After many petty and little likely pathetic wars, the Carlians unified under a single global government, despite the material benefits of perpetual peace. However, some could not countenance the repression and stagnation which accompanied the global community's rule. Thus was the freedom fighters established, and the star plunged into war once more. By all accounts, this war was rather more impressive than the prior ones, and by the same token led to the extermination of the entire Carlian race. Alas. Omnicron Unit M104. It's a standard operations and project management unit. It served as a base Omnicron prior to its present deployment. Currently, it's functioning as a barista unit for the purpose of spreading hope throughout the universe, in accordance with the Prime Directive. However, management has yet provided this unit with an apron befitting its station. Quote, the Tiny Manager, a place where travelers can drink in the sight of the spectacular dead star at Ultima Thule's heart, and also a variety of beverages. Allegedly named after the Last Stand, a similar venue located on the star Etheris, the Last Dregs welcomes the patronage of stimulated lifeforms, regardless of the nature of their original doom. Staff is to restore and maintain customer hope by any means necessary. Operational support is provided by Logistical Matrix Stigma 4, so please rest assured and that any hindrance to this mission will be eliminated with extreme prejudice. Only a warbot repurposed for food service could make serving coffee sound ominous. Agreed, Divins. Agreed. I've noted that Carlians is one letter off from a real-life ethnic group. I'm sure if that's deliberate. I probably doubt it. It may have been subconscious, and maybe. It's possible. I definitely wouldn't fully discount it, but I would think it relatively unlikely. But what do I know? Like, I don't think, like, you know, they named the Omnicrons well in advance of certain other things. Or subject unit report received. Your cooperation is appreciated. According to subjective analysis by WeWist manager, rock salt mitigates the natural bitterness of coffee, resulting in a mild flavor that is acceptable to a wide range of palates. Projection indicates that coffee upgrades will result in increased patronage and an overall improvement of morale amongst Café occupants. Whether this upward trajectory shall continue depends on the further assistance of helpful organisms such as yourself. Return of allied errant organisms confirmation well within acceptable time frame, assuming it has been brought with requested materials. Analyzing delivery, fertilizers created with the incorporation of these materials is projected to improve agricultural yield by approximately 14.2%. Fertilizer preparation application to fields and retrieval of increased harvest is predicted to require 23.6% increase in Carlian labor time. Overwork deemed an acceptable compromise. Your conduct in this mission deserves high commendation. Receive your compensation with pride. Return of Lendriel confirmed. Awaiting detailed report. Relational deterioration between patrolling Carlians acknowledge. Lendriel's assistance in this matter evaluated as vital to preserving peace and averting a breakdown of operations. Why organic life forms retain the programming error, colloquially referred to as emotions, remains incomprehensible. Even so, a compensatory wage has been prepared for Lendriel's monetary and emotional needs. Remember to refuel as necessary. Okay, is that it for today? I think that's it for today. Okay, on to Hildebrand, I guess. Did the robot just remind me to drink water? I'm pretty sure he did. The robots would work well in the business world. Yeah, they have more emotion than most businessmen. And less sexual urges. Hashtag hydrate. That's just disgusting. The only reason AC I would wonder, I think that it'd be strange for them to make it so close to real world ethnic group is just like, what does that accomplish, and also what does that accidentally imply, or preload any conceptions. All set up for another trip into the glittering westward expanse. I know I am. Let us hop aboard the next ferry to the Ruby Prince and wait for Shigeru there. Has he requested come along? I expect some katakana shenaniganery. Yeah, they may have turned out accidentally being similar. Yeah, you know what? Actually, is great. Here, we can solve that pretty easily. Anyone have the name of the quest we just did? Yeah, here. Okay, wait. I got this. Switch that to JP. The Japanese is kareru-an. Kareru-an. So here. Kareru-an. Kareru-an. Café at the end of the universe. Yeah, thank you, AC. Because I just took the one of the characters and one of the objects of that with their name in it and switched it to the JP version of Garland tools. So that's an easy way to check what the JP version of something is. That's also how we found out that the dynamis crystal is something completely different than dynamis. It's just like a fun wink and a nod. Oh, actually, I should just be going to the Ruby Price, shouldn't I? Oh, actually, the fastest way then probably is going to be to just go. Straight to the docks. Actually, is there faster? No. How many of you guys have completed Hildebrand? Nice, nice. Yeah, I've been kicking myself for not doing it. I just never seem to right like the right time. Oh, it's Shigeru over here. Over here. I would be careful about looking at the JP Wikipedia, because usually Garland Tools actually pulls from literally the actual game files, whereas the JP Wikipedia is often people writing it. So here, I'll double check, but that's... Yeah, the game files say different. The game files say Karerudan, and it's literally referring to those characters. Oh, this is the real life ethnic group I mentioned. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so completely different. By the kami, I thought you were someone else at first. Well, since it was suggested that I should wear something other than the garments of Seiki Segumi for a time, I paid visit to Kogane Dori and purchased something completely unlike my usual attire. Apparently, I'm not in the mouth space for speaking Japanese anymore. It's quite the change, but very much for the better, if I do say so myself.
Well, I didn't realize it could be so fashionable.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Fashionable, please. Nashu, you give me too much credit.
I say this get up with those Zodi. I don't see that becoming a trend. Not that it matters. We didn't come here to mess about, eh? We've come a collector to catch, assuming he's after the Ame no Murakumo, and that we've got to get the last of the Zeki. Any ideas? I like his new outfit. I do too, Hydra. Yeah, cool. Good to know, AC. By air or by water passage, huh? A bit more tricky than I thought. Without the blessing of the Kojin, that latter seems almost impossible. What about that bird of yours, Montaro, was it? After what Inspector did to him. Ha! He'll be keeping a wide berth, I reckon, assuming he's even fit to fly. It was somewhat traumatic experience for all involved, Forgive my bluntness, but my wolfish compatriot, but it occurs to me that we have yet to hear your motives for attempting to steal the Soboro Suke hero from Master Akebono. Did not Koju say that selling such a blade would be extraordinarily difficult? It's not stealing to take back what was stolen. That black-hearted bastard Akebono praised it from the hands of its rightful owner. He was a humble samurai who lived a humble life devoid of most luxuries, a righteous man who never turned his back on those in need. Certainly not a young Lupin boy who fled Doma during the occupation. The two lived as father and son, with few comforts save each other's company. And then one day a merchant came calling, asking after the samurai's sword, asking him to part with his one prized possession. But a sword is the samurai's soul, and he'd sooner die than sell it, even for a fortune. But that merchant, he's not the sort to go quietly into the night. He changes his tack and worms his way into the samurai's affairs. Small sums at first, but bigger, then burger. Before he knows it, the samurai owes the merchant a veritable mountain of coin, and so he pledges his blade as collateral. The samurai worked day and night to reclaim his honor, but while strong in spirit, he was weak in body. He fell sick, and soon after passed away, leaving his Lupin charge alone in the unjust world. All this time, you were only... He left Kugane for a time and returned years later from Yanksha, having learned of the ways of the shinobi that he might honor his adopted father by helping others as he had helped him as a child. A chivalrous guise for a personal vendetta, perhaps. More than anything, he yearned to reclaim the samurai's sword, the last surviving memento of their time together, and he might wear it with pride. All this time, Master Akebono was your main objective. When you broke into this shop in Rakusa district, you were searching for the Soboro Sukehiro. You kept a close eye on him, even as you continued to target other disrespectful merchants, that you might drive him to take additional measures to protect the sword, knowing that so doing he would eventually reveal its location. Then it is settled. The Soboro Sukehiro may be returned to its rightful owner.
Oi, It's not hard for people to reach the Isle Zeki. How was Yojimbo planning to get there?
I don't even know what I'm doing with her accent, but that's fine. That I do not know, but regardless, he was headed there someone must have noted in passing. I said we questioned the pirates Sakazuki and see if any have observed a traveler resembling Yojimbo of late. We are of the same mind, Shigeru. Shugure. Something. It's not Shigeru. It's not Shigeru Miyamoto. Shigure. I think his new outfit is pretty baller. Yeah, I love that his entire demeanor and everything slowly changing over the course of the story. I'm 6 quests behind where you are. Well, Jade, you better hurry up. I have to do a lot of reading out loud. You do not. You can easily catch up. You can beat my butt. Won't be long before I have to come close to you. I am one of the Confederacy's foremost lookouts. It's a position I intend to keep until the day I die. I'd be down for Shigeru Miyamoto cameo in this, to be honest. He just Super Mario's the fuck in. I'm charged with both monitoring the ships and pass through the area and keeping a close eye with the watch activities on Hell's Lids. Well, you did a smashing job on that. Hey, it's a world boss. Shigure. We could have guessed that the wolf burglar would have such trapped backstory. Maybe I misjudged him. You think? Me? Slacking off? Nay, this is nothing of the sort. In fact, I would even say this is the most important part of my job. After all, I do not rest and keep my eyes sharp. I'm bound to miss something important. Where the fuck? Well, there is a lot of plumbing and ass. Just imagine Shigeru Miyamoto getting shot out of one of those, channels. Oh, I remember you. Looking for more dead men. A rail-thin samurai with wide-brim hat and oversized gaiter. A traveler like that would not escape my notice, which is to say I'm confident I haven't seen him. Sorry to disappoint you. Not at all, my friend. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. As I said before, my good man, when at first you did not succeed, making queries again and again, let us away. Now I just need Hildebrand to get with a Moogle. Aye, what was it? Lanky samurai with a large hat. As it happens, I spoke with a traveler like that. Had a dog with him, too. Sure enough, he had a mind to have the Isle of Zeki, what with the red being and unwelcome as they are, and there being no place to dock boat. I told him as much, but he shrugged it off and went on his merry way. Come to think of it, I did see that dog of his not long ago, on the beach below, wandering about. Aye, I hope he didn't abandon him. You have been tremendously helpful, 1,000 times, thank you. Surely the canine in question is Daigoro. We must gather the others and search for Jim's beloved companion at once. I bet you in Japanese calls him Jin. Which, I mean, like, makes sense. Usually the sound, like, I'd be curious, is it, you know what? Actually, you know what, I'm curious. Yojimbo. Yep, it's Yojimbo. I bet you call it, yeah, in Japanese definitely calls him Jin. Which is funny because Jin as his name in Japanese makes just as much sense as Jim. It's Daigoro. Here, Daigoro. I can't believe that worked. Deadpool, here we go. Deadpool, you wanna come get some cuddles?
Oi, I think I seen him over there.
Daigoro is a good boy.
Oi, maybe he doesn't like us anymore.
Now, you just got to give the pup the right incentive is all. Apparently our T cosplayers are famous now. What, the gaggle of Grahas? Incentive. Coin. Surely it can't be that simple. See for yourself. Woof. Woof. Woof, woof. Woof. So that's all it takes to win him over, eh? A single koban. Greedy little thing. Hush, Shigure. Daigoro was a good dog, and now he will lead us to his master. Woof, woof. Hell yeah. That's right, force the meme until they break it big. The best kind of advertising. This is quite a fix indeed. Woof, woof. Daigoro, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to wait for me. Son of a Hildy! Jim, my good man, I mean you rapscallion, you're nowhere to run. Cease your shenanigans and relinquish the Soboro Sukehiro at once. I will do no such thing. Ever since I was bested by your tight-lipped associate over yonder, I yearned for an opportunity to redeem myself, and so I set about searching for stronger swords with which I might bring my everything to bear. I thought to reclaim victory with the Ame no Murakumo in my hands, but if circumstances demand we settle this here and now, then so be it. Stay your hand, my friend, though I know you're only meanwhile, securing the sword is a grave responsibility which falls to... I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, will resolve this conflict and reclaim the sword. Prepare to be amazed that the Soboro Sukehiro is delivered into my waiting arms. Oh, this does not bode well. Daigoro, oh Daigoro, come here and let Hildy give you a great big belly rub. Woof. Daigoro, you will do no such thing. What? Betrayed!
Oi, the inspector does come from a wealthy family, so maybe he smells of money.
Until you surrender the Soboro Sukehiro, I will give Daigoro the most furious of belly rubs, thereby depriving you of the pleasure. Such is my ultimatum. That's... Daigoro! Daigoro! Return to me this instant! Fucking gotcha, bitch. Oh, fire on it! You win! The sword is yours! Well, that was easy. By the kami, I can't believe that actually worked! Inspector Hildebrand's power of negotiations are most impressive. Oh no. Mommy! fucking love this game. Dynamis. This is just that scene at the end of Air Bud. I would also give my limitless money and priceless swords in exchange for a dog's love. Wouldn't we all? Wait, where's the Soboro Tsukihiro? Right where it belongs. You fiend, return it at once. That's far enough, all of you. Bugger me, where did they come from? Bah, this isn't over. Shigure, what is this I hear about you setting free notorious fugitives? Explain yourself at once. Well, you see, Inspector Hildebrand and I, in order to track down Yojimbo and Soboro Sukehiro, we needed to enlist the assistance of a wolf burglar. To that end, we removed him from the jail. Temporarily, of course. We have every intention of returning him to his cell. And how do you intend to do so when your prisoner has taken flight? Shigure, I charge you with aiding and abetting a criminal in their escape. Be reasonable. You know full well that everything Shigure did was to achieve the greatest good, to uphold the law of the land. We will return with Soboro Sukehiro and the wolf burglar, I swear to you. There were extenuating circumstances, okay? Your actions in the to the Sekisugumi are not unknown to me. Nevertheless, Shugure must be held to account for this. To make an exception at your request would only compound the offense. No man is above the law, not even our own. And it's gone. They really did. I mean, like, honestly, the phenomenal thing, though, is the amount of bespoke animations that they use is insane. There is more, like, hand animation going on in some Hildebrand cutscenes than in, like, a Hildebrand cutscene in A Realm Reborn sometimes than in, like, an Endwalker. What miscarriage of justice to see our Shigure spirited away like a common criminal, in complete disregard for the extenuating circumstances. It falls to us to find a way to right this wrong, but there is no place to devise a plan. Tukugane, my friends. Whew. I'm gonna look for a bit, gonna return soon in time for gym. Sounds good, Hydra. Yeah, no, the sound design, the writing, everything about Hildebrand is great. I used to think that they were too long, but again, also that was a me problem, not a Hildebrand problem. And now I deeply appreciate them for what they are. And they are hilarious. Dude, it's like 0C down here right now. Oh my good man, I hardly know where to begin. Ever since the return, I've been racking my brain trying to conceive of a means by which we might free Shigure. Jesus. Just apparently Shigeru Miyamoto's on my friend. Shigure from his predicament, but to no avail. By absconding with the sword, the wolf burglar has done us no favors, and yet I do not think his tale of the samurai and the akebono was a lie. My keen inspector sense tells me that many threads of this tale are converging upon a single point and not far from now, in which all truths must be laid bare.
core. That's what I like to hear. And I agree, I don't think that the wolf burglar bad at all. Once the Seki Segumi realized that, they're starting to let the Shigeru off the hook, don't you think?
Apparently was just not ready for Nashu today. I most certainly do, Nashu. Furthermore, I say that to hasten this most desirous of resolutions, I must begin investigating Master Akebono at once. Hold the fort while I'm gone, my stalwart assistant.
Yes, sir, Inspector. I don't know what he's about, but I'm sure it'll be brilliant.
I suppose.
It's me, Mario. I suppose the day would bound to come no matter. Soon there will be nothing left in this world beyond my grasp. Hehehehe.
Definitely evil Mario. I've been in dead ends for an hour because I keep getting distracted by stream.
You're welcome to Mins.
God, I love this shit.
I'm fairly certain. I'm not certain, but I'm kind of certain that this emote may be mocapped. And if it is,
that makes me really happy. I love these parts of the Hildy's quest, yep. I love the stalkers in jail, yep. If you would like to do Yojimbo with me, I'll I guess cheat tree him a little bit.
Oi, where in the world could he be? Oh, it's you. I don't suppose you bumped into Inspector Hildebrand roaming about, have you? Making his inquiries? Oh, ever since Sugure got detained by the Sekisegumi, the inspector's been busy looking after the affairs of Master Akebono, but to no avail.
I don't even know what I'm doing with their accent, but I don't even care anymore. Never fear, my faithful assistants. I have returned. Your unwavering loyalty to the pursuit of honor and justice and a hard-boiled egg is to be commended, my good man. I might go so far as to say that in all my years as inspector, I have known no fan more passionate than you. But speaking of fans, during the course of my investigations into the darker rumors concerning Master Akebono, I received a mysterious missive I can but presume was penned by one of my many admirers.
Gosh, Inspector, Hildebrand, even in the Far East you got yourself a following. Can I see it?
Certainly, Nashu.
That is interesting, and definitely not written by Hingen, but that don't seem to be good with their Eorzean letters and all. Yeah, something of light. Yeah, you who seeks the strongest of swords, the Saborosuke hero, know that I have laid claim to be this most priceless of treasures, yada yada yada. If you would make it yours, meet me upon Kugane Ohashi for a duel to the end all duels. Sincerely, you know who.
There's something light, you say? Why, he must be referring to none other than my humble self, the one and only gentleman of light. That said, I would much rather resolve this dispute without resorting to duels and the like. Wait here, my friend, while I go and attempt to reason with this misguided ruffian.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they wrote the warrior, not gentleman, but which probably means they're talking about Lendriel. What do you think, Inspector? Inspector? Inspector Hildebrand?
Not again. He already left. What do you mean he up and ran off? Why are you still standing here? You shouldn't hurry up and try to catch him before he does something silly. Keep your eye out for that stalker later on. Seminary consulates. Kind of sad that the Thavnarian consulate isn't. We don't get to see it as like Thavnarian. Oh hey, look, a saber from Fate's Day Night. Is that you, Ladriel? As you can see, I seem to have.
Is that you, Ladriel? As you can see, I seem to have found myself in a pickle, and by pickle I mean the ground. Kukunate or Hoshe lies beyond the gate, but before I could pass through, I found myself suddenly accosted, and then inverted, then embedded thusly by misguided Jin. The duel I must regrettably leave up to you.
Okay. I'm coming to the tea tree if you want to join me for fighting Jim. Or fighting Jimbo. Fight. I bless the rains down in your Jimbo. Apparently it's that kind of night. I had to change my weird light hair because it's the same one as Akebono's hair. Issa, are you joining us? I'll take that as yes. Did someone say Hydra? Hydra, I'll give you a minute or two. Just imagine what Hildy could accomplish if he were competent. I mean, but to be fair, like, Hildy isn't exactly uncompetent. Oh, hey, Bean! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Bean! Popoto! I love you guys so much. Oh my god, you guys are adorable. Oh, the monocle and everything. Okay, I'm gonna give Hydra 60 seconds. Oh my god, that is really cute. Inspector Hildibrand! Hildibrand. Inspector Hildibrand. Okay, now I really want a set of stickers that are just like, Graha Bean, Inspector Hildibrand, like, oh man, I just wanted like a set of all the different stickers. Oh. She has become the Bean of Light. Hildy Bean. Bean, your absolute treasure. Oh, Popoto. Looking good, my friend. Looking good. Okay. We gave Hydra a chance. Gabi of Light. Is it a trial or is it a... It's a trial, right? Yeah, Kugane Ohashi. Yeah. I think we might have too many DPS. Can I get one of you guys on tank? Maybe a healer? The many faces of Bean. Thank you, Dest. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bean is a humble, gentle Gabi. Guys, that's... The two of you coming in like that was... It's adorable. Oh, so this is where the obligatory battle on the boats happens. I always was surprised that there wasn't one of these in Stormblood. For far, far too long, I've waited for this rematch. The Soboro Sukehiro may have brought us together, but 'twas fate that ordained me engage in glorious fisticuffs. Victory will be mine this day. Food check. Oh, right. Fucking don't even have a rush in at 70. Why did my tank stance turn off? I had it on. Weird. I did not expect such fierce opposition from an 8 of you, no less. Enough, it's time we fought like men and ladies, and men who dress like ladies. For your Jimbo, it is Gilgameshing time. What? Gilgamesh? Oh. Yes, 'tis I, the man, the myth, the legend! It was Greg all along. Divide and conquer, the Gilgamesh style. This should cut you down to size. Oh, what? I was on top of you guys. Oh, someone just woke the dragon. This should cut you down to size. I have learned much and more in my Far East. My friends, behold! Oh! Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, that's gonna be bad. Needed someone to heal. I can't just solo him. Oh, heart, sing in the chaos. Wait, what? Break the chains!
Chain breaker, oh breaker.
Free me from this mortal coil! Oh god, the tanks! Oh, that's not good. Oh. Night Willow! Susano should shoot that guy for trademark. I'm pretty sure, like... Not the strongest of swords, but it should suffice. Behold the sword art of legend Samato. Oh ho ho! Someone just woke the dragon! And put him to bed. Apologies for the sloppy run. It's fine. We got through. I think it's just the female Miko pose. Does anyone know what that one emote Nashu does is really needed in my life? Yeah, it does definitely turn on something in my soul. Phrasing. I yield! I yield! I throw myself upon your boundless mercy and beg forgiveness, please! Look at you, little... Glorious. Oh, there's loot. Oh, Yojimbo barding. I don't think I have that. And I still don't have that. That ended with a corpse. It was perfect. You're welcome. Miko's turned me on as well, Elio. It's okay. Okay, so the Bard Mandeville weapon kind of slaps. I mean, kind of seems like all the Mandeville weapons kind of slap. If we're being honest here. Like, having looked at the new list and the Paladin weapon, I'm kind of like, fire! Actually, to be fair, I haven't looked close at the Paladin weapon. I only just happened to see it on the cover of a thumbnail as I was passing through by YouTube. But I didn't want to look closely because I don't want to be spoiled on too many of them. Black Mage one looks so good. Looks like everyone, yeah. I haven't heard a bad one yet. Doing Remage one for Mandeville weapon and it slaps. It seems to be a common recurring motif. Enjoy Bean, Potato and Bean. Thank you for helping out. It was great to have you guys. And to all of you as well, I appreciate it. It's so much more fun to be able to play with you guys. I mean, is there anything stopping you guys from, like, just getting all the tombstones to get all of them? I feel like it's not that. It's like, what, 750 per? It's not too bad, especially if you did a whole bunch, of runs with, Still Subtrain. It's a lot of tomes, I thought. 750? That's not terrible. It's like, what? 1,500 per? It's still not bad. Especially when you think about how many months you have to earn them all. We meet again, Hildy. Greg, I say you were sore eyes. However did you come to be here in Kugane? In the Far East, for all that matter. Ah, well, you see, the thing about that is... Still not terrible. I say, to think that Greg was masquerading as Jim this entire time. Indeed, I was. After Ledriel bested me a second time, I quit Eorzean and embarked upon a journey to distant lands, that I might hone my skills in preparation for our inevitable third bout. But when I saw you had misread my carefully written word and come in his stead, I felt I had no choice but to remove you from the field forcibly. Pray forgive me my unkindness, Hildy. Now, Greg, there is no need to apologize between friends. Yet again, I must ask, though, how did you come to be here in Kugane, as a Ronin of much repute and a remarkably thin waist? I was thinking the same thing. How did he do the thin waist? I know it seems far-fetched, even insulting to your intelligence, but there's simply a highly satisfying explanation. In my quest to hone my skills and procure more powerful weapons overseas, I neglected to budget properly for food and drink, and soon found myself bereft of both. Driven to deathly hunger, I fell to my knees, and in that instance looked to my bosom friend, the painted rooster that had offered me a companionship in my darkest hour. When dawn broke the following day, I was alone once more, a silver of strength restored by the terrible sacrifice of my comrade, whose body and soul I would carry with me ever after. But by his grace I survived for days and days after, until I chanced to cross a path with a stray dog. Daigoro. He too was clearly a victim of the slings and arrows of outrageous misfortune, and in each other we found kindred spirits, we orphans of fate. Thus did I name him Daigoro, and thereafter did we travel as one, working together that we might both live to see another day. Enkidu got! Hey, guys, you're fine when Hraesvelgr does it to Shiva. Why is it wrong when Gilgamesh does it to Enkidu? When we at last arrived at Kugane, I sought to employment as a mercenary to reveal my misspent savings and resume my search for the strongest of swords. It was through such ventures that I acquired Zamato, in fact, and began to build my reputation as Yojimbo. Naturally, a legendary Ronin must dress to meet the expectations of his clients, and so I assembled an outfit that would satisfy those who requested my services. Kageyama was the one such client. When I saw that Ledriel and his comrades were to be my opponent, though, I quickly realized he had not paid me nearly enough. More fool me. Because I don't have a prior relationship with you. I noticed that you didn't say that you don't have a prior relationship with Hraesvelgr, Demins. Needless to say, the sight of the man who had bested me twice before was enough to rekindle the competitive spirit within me. Is it because he's your father-in-law? And so when I heard the tale of Soboro Sukehiro, I knew I must claim it in preparation for our battle. The rest, you know. Truly a riveting tale. A tragic besides, for though I fought with all my strength, yet again, was I defeated by the great power of the powerful warrior of light. As I said to you on the bridge, no more tricks. I have taken my shot and fallen short, and so I will cease my shenanigans, and instead pledge my complete support to your endeavors, that I might make amends for my misdeeds. Gotcha. Let us return to Nashu and share with her the wonderful news. You too, Greg. You're a full-fledged assistant now. You're welcome. I was literally right in the middle of typing it. I mean, but isn't it a gift that I know you well enough to know that it was exactly what you were gonna say? I feel unfulfilled now. But shouldn't you feel fulfilled that I know you well enough to know that that's where you were going? I mean, what are friends for?
Oi, terrible news, everyone.
Whatever's the matter, not shoot.
It's Shigure. As punishment for helping the wolf burglar escape, he's been sentenced to death by ritual suicide.
This is indeed a disturbing development, Hildy. We have no time to spare, my friend. We have no time to spare, my friends. Presuming the wolf burglar is the wind, our only recourse is to delve deeper into the hidden past of Master Akebono and uncover the proof of that sword he claims was first stolen by he himself. Divide and conquer, Agents of Inquiry style. I'm a very simple and easily predictable man.
Brothers.
How did Akebono earn his fortune, you ask? By peddling a variety of medicinal wares for all manner of purposes. From what I heard, they were all remarkably effective and popular. He still enjoys a reputation as a premier source of alchemical goods. Would that I had the coin to afford such luxurious potions and potables. His clientele spends in a visit what I earn in a month. Almost like he could have the capacity to be able to poison someone. Fun fact, I'm pretty sure that the alleyway you're supposed to technically potentially be in the like trailer is like probably kind of like this combination of this area and like something like down here from the Stormblood trailer. Bless you. Thank you, Demins. K10. Not Kaiten. I should be glad to speak of Master Akebono to you, albeit solely with regards to his character as a businessman. Like all who have risen to mercantile prominence, he has been at the center of rumor and intrigue. For every man who sings his praise, there is another who would curse his name. None will deny the efficiency of his medicines, which is to be expected given that he utilizes the finest ingredients from that birthplace of alchemy, Raz-at Han. His satisfied customers are beyond counting. On the other hand, none can deny the exorbitant profits he has reaped by tightly controlling the supply of Hanish ingredients. Absent competition, he is free to dictate prices as he sees fits. Unfortunately, this has led many in desperate need of his miraculous medicines to spend their entire life savings or seek assistance from disreputable moneylenders. His practices are, ultimately, wholly within the confines of the law. So again, as a businessman, he is to be lauded for his success, but I will say nothing on his morals or ethics, or lack thereof. Too soon as a Sam main. Yeah. Rip Kaiten gone too soon. Honestly, it's been so long since I've actually like really played Samurai. I don't even remember what Kaiten was. I'm gonna be honest. Have you tantalizing tidbits of information to share, my good man? Come out with it. A man who preys on the sick and needy for personal gains, you see? As expected, there is far more to Master Akebono than meets his eye.
Oi, Inspector, we got to hurry. Shugure's execution's about to be carried out any moment now, if we don't do something.
Here, let me... I feel like I do know remember Kaiten. I'm just... Give me... Yeah, okay, that's... Yeah, Hisatsu Kaiten. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Right, because Sam's liked being... I'm gonna blow the bug burst and hit Burmy Burms! Tell me more about your tidbits, Hildy. Repair gear? Yeah, I can in a second. What, already? And there I was hoping we might first conduct a thorough investigation, uncover information with which we might convince them to set the poor man free. But absent that, bah, there are many roads which lead to just ends. And we must take a shortcut to avert a grave miscarriage of justice, and so be it. Yeah, before big dick damage, yeah. But honestly, I guess I just always saw it as extra steps. I got it, I get it, but I just always saw it as extra steps. Harikiri. Oh, interesting. They actually are doing it correctly, so they have someone ready to, a second to cut off his head and everything. Honored brothers, I will not beg your forgiveness, only pray that by the humble offerings of my life that I might absolve the Seki Segumi of the shame I have brought upon it through my misdeeds. God, this game is so fucking dumb. I love it. I don't think that... What is the meaning of this? That man is an imposter! Seize him! Seize him at once! How did none of them, like, look at his face and note was... Shigeru, now is your chance. Escape. Shigure. One day I'll get it right, but not before he leaves our companionship. I will do no such thing. I may have lost what little honor was mine in life, but I at least can reclaim it in death. Your honor is yet yours, samurai. Seppuku next to Scooby-Doo. What else would you expect from 14? You need not cut your belly open this day. Shugure, for you have the Soboro Sukehiro, and the infamous wolf burglar besides. But why? We had a deal, remember? Temporary release, and I am a wolf of my word. It's indeed the Soboro Sukehiro. Very well. Escort the wolf burglar back to his cell and send a runner to Master Akebono's estate at once. I am also a wolf of my word. But are you a word of your wolf? And much like him, I also just saw you. We are far from finished, Shigeure. The wolf burglar may be in custody once more, but you have still to answer for your reckless actions. Therefore, after further deliberation, I've decided that you will conduct a formal investigation into the rumors surrounding Master Akebono, and... that will not be necessary.
Oh, it will not be necessary. Indeed, with the return of Wolf Burglar, I will believe we can consider this tiresome affair resolved.
It's the Luigi brother. Master Kumode! Wait, I know you. Master Akebono's guest. The one that the Geika threw into the wall.
Oh, surely you must be mistaken. I have no recollection of any such event, or for you, for that matter. Anyways, as I said before, I believe there is no need for any further investigation. Should you deem otherwise, you are free to proceed. However, such wasteful expenditures may force us to reconsider the resources we allocate you and yours next year.
Rest assured, Master Commode, that we value counsel deeply and should be glad to defer to your judgment. Shigure, the matter of Soboro Sukehiro and Master Akebono is now officially closed. That will be all.
Yes, that will be all. Haha, evil Luigi.
I love how much Shigure is abused. My man just gets his head shaved clean for a kimono. Yeah. Ha ha ha! Verily, I, Hildebrand, agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have once more done this impossible and saved a man from certain death. A shame that others seem so eager to wash their hands of the whole affair. Not Shigure, though. I understand he still has a question for the wolf burglar. Yeah, Shigure's just been through the frickin' ringer. What ho, Shigure, over here. Only one piece was fully gone. And it wasn't fully gone until after we started dying. My friends, I can't thank you enough. Had you not arrived when you had, I would not be standing before you now. You will forgive me for dispensing with further expressions of gratitude, for I had just returned from the jail when I spoke with the wolf burglar, who shared with me some rather troubling information. Do not keep us in suspense, my good man. What is it? Not long after we delivered the wolf burglar into custody of the Seki Segumi, Master Akebono stormed into the jail and began berating the turnkey, demanding that they return the stolen contents of his safe. And you may recall that we spoke with Master Akebono concerning his theft shortly after we first met. He was rather secretive regarding said contents at the time, but the wolf burglar said it was an unmarked satchel filled with a white powder. Given Master Akebono's reputation as a purveyor of medicines, or chivalrous thief, resolved to steal it for the benefit of the poor and needy as his wont. However, since there was nothing to identify what manner of medicine it was, the wolf burglar decided to hold on to it for safekeeping. Plainly, however, it was no ordinary medicine, for why else would Master Akebono clamor for it so? My keen Inspector sense is tingling. Where is this satchel now? In the possession of men and women of the waterways. They will not admit this, however, unless we give them the proper password. As above, so below. Understood. Let's hasten to that den of iniquity. It's very close race on who's my favorite Hildy straight man character between Shigure and Seer from Heavensward. Yeah. Storm of blood, born from blood. Knew you'd lot turn up again sooner or later. Didn't expect you to be bringing along another familiar face, though. No matter, I like the cut of his jib. So what are you after this time? A certain satchel containing a certain white powder which once belonged to a certain merchant. The wolf burglar told me you have it. If he did, then he'll have to told you the magic words, too. Ah, yes, of course they are... soar high, above and never go low. What? Kami, take me... No, this is no time for fun and games, Inspector. I now get Graha comms in dungeons and I'm down with that. That mentor Graha. Aye, that's it. Nothing personal, but we gotta be careful. Give me that booger sugar. Give me that nasal lightning crystal. Give me that Ultima Thule in powder form. Give me that ground dragon's eye. I don't know. Damned if I know what it is, but our gut tells me it's nothing. No honest man would keep locked in a safe. That said, a suspicious powder is far from incontrovertible proof of criminal misdeeds. We need first to determine what it is. Any ideas how we might do so? Nightjade! Seek the assistance of a Hanish alchemist or someone versed in their chemical traditions. Perhaps someone at the Thavnarian consulate. Brilliant minds think alike, for I too reached a conclusion but a moment ago. To the Thavnarian consulate, my friends. Here, you can simply go bang on the gates of a foreign consulate and expect to... Oh, never mind. Desiccating Nidhogg's eyes and crusting them into powder. Am I wrong? Is that not cocaine? Or cocaine adjacent? I get canonically, it doesn't make a lot of sense having Aetherite down there, but boy, is that a little bit of an annoyance. That would be a trip and a half, yeah. It's all rather sudden, I realize, but to reiterate, it's of the utmost importance that we speak with your superiors. To reiterate, we have not lost an appointment or not. Not as such, no. Then my hands are tied. These are procedures, samurai, and much paperwork. No exceptions can be made. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but this is a matter of public safety and welfare. Surely an exception can be made. What ho, young Mandeville man? What? Godbird. Father. The fuck is Godbird doing here? What brings you to the far side of the world? A complex series of events, too exhausting to detail. Of greater importance is what brings us to the consulate. You see, we must needs enlist the assistance of a Hanish alchemist, or one with an encyclopedic knowledge of Hanish regions. How fortunate for you, then, that we should chance meet. I am a representative of Sahacha concern, of Ratatan. Should you know not the name, we trade in all manner of alchemical goods. If your quandary requires the expertise of one versed in such matters, pray permit me to assist you. Indeed, to aid the son of Lord Godbert Mandeville, and his comrades could be an honor most great. That is most generous of you, far be it from us to refuse. Perhaps a change of venue is in order. I say let us not impose upon these hard-working keepers of the peace any longer. As someone who's been trying to apply for a visa, this is a mood. Here, yeah, I see. This powder is most fascinating. An ingredient of Hanish origin. It's true, but not one intended for medical purposes. Dangerous purposes, rather, and for this reason its sale is forbidden in the hands of a master alchemist. It could be used to create a dew prison. I'm sorry, dew prison? A most powerful drug. A mere thimble is enough to befuddle the senses, and render even the most strongest willed subject susceptible to any and all commands. You may be assured this is not an exaggeration. Resistance is most regrettably quite futile. Undetectable, it is save for the occasional glimmer in the eye, a changing of the color, fleeting and impassable. By the Kami, I've seen such a glimmer before. Oh, are you quite sure it was not a trick of the light? Well, well, deduce my friend, faithful assistant and undenying fan. I was just about to voice the same conclusion. Well, if it is what you say is true, then a most terrible crime has been committed. Evidence must be gathered, and those responsible must be punished. Is that a player character, or is that an NPC? It all makes sense now. Why else would the chief co-encounter of the Sekisegumi press so strongly to end an investigation into a modest merchant? Because he drugged him during their meeting. At last, we have a motive, a means, and opportunity. Come, let's put an end to this once and for all. Nope, that's the stalker. Okay. How wonderful it is to see Hildy's infectious enthusiasm inspire others to rise to the occasion once more. Well then, do not let me detain you.
Score my blood of our fallen brothers.
They'll keep popping up like that, so be sure to on the lookout, even post Stormblood. It's been so long since I played Heavens. Did they pop up in the Heavensward and Aram Reborn ones at all? It's been so long since I played those. It's been like 4 years. They're the shoe bill of Stormblood. Okay. Okay, Bono, we call on you to come forth and answer for your deathly deeds.
Boy, it doesn't seem like anybody's home, does it?
Wherever could he possibly be? Huh? But that's impossible. Thought you'd seen the last of me, did you? As if I content myself with sitting in jail, I could escape on a whim while you lot bungled your chance to bring my nemesis to justice. And by escaping or someone else's watch, no one can pin the blame on you this time, eh? Wouldn't want to repeat it before. Don't tell me this was your plan all along, to secure my freedom so we could expose Akebono's crimes together. And reclaim the Sobo Sukehiro into the bargain? Aye, this is no small undertaking, and I knew I needed help, the help I can get. Now, that's where we're all on the same page. Let's be on our way. The bastard's bound on for the Isle of Beko. Off to meet with the silent partner, I'm told. Capital. If we hurry, perhaps we can beat Akebono to the punch. God, we always accrue such a weird crew of weirdos. He may be an idiot, but he's got the right idea. There's no time to waste. Ooh. Very well. If that's the way the wind blows, are blowing, let no one say I didn't also blow. A man after your own heart, Demons. Actually, it's probably good. Onokuro! Goddamn right, yeah. It's important to have a man in your life who doesn't forget to blow. This is the place. I am sure of it. All we have to do is wait. In order to do the Hildebrand relic, what do you have to do? How far in Hildebrand do you have to be caught up? Do you have to be at current? Is that where it is? That also seems interesting. It seems like weird that Hildebrand halfway through would be the catch-up point. Current, yeah. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if it's permanently current, or I wonder if it's always just that spot. The Scarlet! Good to see you, glad to have you. Father. By the Kami, could it be that the Inspector's father's in league with Akebono? Don't be daft, look closer. It's an me, Akebono. As always, your discretion in these matters is greatly appreciated. As is yours, Master Akebono, but the matter at hand, the Dew Prism, it has served you well, with your expectations, I trust. Exceeded them.
I should say. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that a drug could be so powerful and so effective. Tasteless, odorless, colorless, the chief counter had no idea his drink had been compromised. He has already proven a most useful tool in manipulating the Sexegumi, more than worth the regular upkeep to upkeep him in my thrall. So that Soboro Sukehiro is back where it belongs. I can set my sights on a much bigger prize. The Bugyo Show, perhaps. Magistrate Akebono. Ha ha ha! Why not? All Kugane is mine for the taking. You are right then, you know, Master Akebono, for I come bearing a gift, courtesy of Mandeville and Mandeville, a most illustrious Eorzean consortium of which you have doubtless heard. Their resources are considerable, and their influence extends far beyond the borders of Aldenar, but all their wealth pales in comparison to what I present to you now. As we discussed, Lord Godbert, you will serve Master Akebono faithfully and without question, will you not? But of course. Kami forfend. He's under the influence of Duprism. Well, I'm glad it's provided some entertainment for you, Scarlet. Wait, you fool! Now is not the time! It's his father. What is he not going to try? Father, 'tis I, your beloved son, Hildebrand. Hearken to me. These men are you villains. You are being deceived. The inspector arrives as I knew he would. Doubtless your friends are cowering and hiding just as well. In one fell swoop we shall bring an end to this farce. I call upon Eorzean's most fearsome of goldsmiths. I call upon the hammer. Go forth and lay waste to these interlopers. Oh, shit. That's some serious gas. Oh. Oh, dear. Why didn't we bring him to Ultima Thule? Magnificent finish. Them all. Finish everyone. Apparently I'm becoming Count Dracula. More like the Count. Oh? 1, 2, 3 giant bruises! It falls to you, Hildebrand, Heliodor Maximilian Mandeville. Hildy, go! Oh! Oh, dude! Forgive me, father, but you know what I do, what not, you know not what you do. Oh, Hildy, go! Limit break 5! Your Mandeville!
Aww. Also, she does not look a day older. Mandeville man! Abort, father! Abort! Spare me your reserve, Mandeville man! No! I'm spent. What happened? Did we get her canonic age in lore? I thought we never had actually got it specified. I may be wrong. Well, this is very embarrassing indeed. 1,000 pardons to you all for my rather excessive display of martial prowess. Oh, and it should go without saying, but Mandeville will be serving all ties with Shajarta concern. Yeah, I'll pull out EE1 after this and we can try and see if we can find information on it. It may not be in EE1 though, it may have been referenced elsewhere. Rejoice, my friend, for we have reclaimed the Soboro Sukehiro once more. How fortunate that Dastile Akebono would be so loath to set it aside that he would rather bring it with him to a secret rendezvous. A final favor, if you'll indulge me. Lay it at my father's grave. Right then, I suppose you will be wanting to get me back to the jail. Regardless of the reasons, crime is a crime, and mine are many. And an upstanding Sekisegumi like yourself must adhere to a code, no? Indeed, I must, which is why it will be with much regret that I inform my superiors I have neither hide nor hair of notorious wolf burglar. You are sure about this? Not if you ask again. Go to your father. Shigeru has the right of it. You should be the one to bring your father's spirit the comfort and closure it deserves. Yeah, her, yes, Julian's. Does it specify her age in there? I didn't think it did. Maybe I'm wrong, though. You're mad, each and every one of you, even the samurai, and I love you all the more for it. Thank you. Maybe it's in one of the Hildebrand quests that Quinn was thinking of. To hold fast to a righteous creed, yet recognize when too rigid an adherence would result in greater injustice. Truly, I am privileged to have witnessed this display of nuanced nobility. Would that the like the burglar, I might find a measure of peace in mourning mine own dearly departed. Oh, Enkidu, if only you knew how sorry I am. Enkidu's a god. Wait, you found a random comment section from like a player? That's not a source. I'm assuming you mean something else though. Enkidu, but how? Then what was it that I ate that fateful day? Fools, think you this is the end? I think not. What did he eat? Was it a prism? Yeah. Huzzah! You belong to me now, Ronin. Now spirit me away from this place. Far, far away. Far, far, far away. Greg, no, cease your egress. Beyond the rift that lies between two wondrous worlds yet unseen. Wait, no, how dare you?
Mummy, this is going worse before than it gets better. Wait for me, Inspector.
I mean, to be fair, it was leading into Shadowbringers. It just didn't come out with Shadowbringers. Oh ho ho! There he goes again, my beloved son. Not content to fly off into the sky as before, this time he elects to take his leave by vanishing into the earth. And brief though our time was together, I cannot deny how much he has grown, both as an inspector extraordinaire and a Mandeville man besides. I say a father could not be more proud. What a father, Godbert. What a father. And off goes Lord Godbert along with Akebono. I should thank him for that. Nothing left for us but to follow back to Kugane, I suppose. Are you ready? Good, then let us be off.
Oh, the fun facts Twitter is actually pretty good usually. I mean, like in general, I would use that. Like if it says something that seems like really specific, you know, like sourcing it's but like they tend to be okay. I mean, it's kind of like they're kind of like a wiki where it's like, you know, maybe mixed on whether or not you should take them at their word. But like usually, I've never come across anything I saw them posted that was objectively disprovable, but then again, I'm not like sitting around like trying to cross-check them because that would be dickish unless it was particularly egregious. Yeah, but okay, so that which probably number. That also says Nashu's 21 and met Hildy at 13. Yeah, that's probably from E1. Also, Hildebrand is 18. That seems weird because Hildebrand. That would mean that Hildebrand was 13 during 1.0, which is odd. So I wonder if they meant at the time of 1.0 or if he just was 13 at the time of 1.0, which is weird, admittedly, but hey, weirder things have happened. Born to a wealthy Uldan house, the Hildebrand balked at the idea of inheriting family trade, instead choosing to leave his home and travel around as a self-titled agent of inquiry inspector extraordinaire. The Highlander has captured many criminals and saved more lives through whether this was due to or in spite of his reasoning and God's given wits is a matter of no small debate. To thwart the destruction of Eorzean, he embarked on a mission to the very heavens where he came perilously close to the Red Moon. It was at this time it was believed he was ensnared in some manner of elegant device designed to keep its thralls in stasis. Hildebrand was effectively frozen in time, and until his return to the living 5 years later, many of his companions believed him dead, going as far as providing him with a burial fitting one of his stature. The time spent in stasis seemingly had no effect on the gentleman inspector's age, and he maintains the vim and vigor of a man of 18 summers, despite having seen 20 and 3. So he is effectively 18, but he is technically 23. Which makes Nashu probably 20... I wonder if that makes her 21 or 26. Born under the boughs of the Black Shroud, Nashu was raised as the daughter of a poacher after the tragic death of her mother on a hunt. The Keeper of the Moon girl had little means to support herself for a time, lived in squalor, begging for scraps outside the gates of Gridania proper, until she was finally able to gain employment at the outskirts of the city. A chance encounter with Hildebrand around her 13th name day, however, was to change her life forever. At the time, she tailored a scullery maid and serving wench at the nameless tavern. There was a burglary she had wrongly named a perpetrator with a neophyte agent of inquiry stumbled into the poorly lit establishment. Through deduction of mayhap sheer fortune, he uncovered the true culprit. And in that moment, Nashu became Hildebrand's greatest fan and has since worked as his assistant. Now 21, there we go. Nashu has an interest in mixing chemical compounds, though more often than not, they prove highly volatile in nature. Interesting. That also means that she was hanging out with him for 3 years before you meet her and him in 1.0.
He's technically 23, but he was frozen in stasis at 18 during 1.0. People have better things to do than fact check. I would want to believe that. And also, admittedly, when you're sharing information, there are times and places where it's warranted to potentially fact check anyways. But yes, you would hope that people would have better things to do with their time. I can tell you, however, from my comment section, that is not always true. I cannot even begin to imagine where I would be had I never crossed paths with you and your comrades. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for everything. The Sekisegumi have concluded that even before the chief encounter fell under Akebono's thrall, he willingly and enthusiastically conspired with the merchant to elicit ends, and so he will be held to account. As for Akebono and his new defunct enterprise, the Thavnarian consulate has agreed to intercede on behalf of its countrymen and to broker a more equitable arrangement between Hanish suppliers and Hinkin merchants. All agree that another monopoly would serve no one's interests. Regardless of their motivations, if their actions put more medicine in the hands of the sick and needy, then I think it's time to call it a change for the better, don't you? The best part, if you ask me, in light of Akebono's crimes, all debts owed to him by those forced to pay his exorbitant prices are to be wiped clean. Honestly, Shigure probably would have been better off. I don't believe that. He wouldn't have even been a part of the second. He wouldn't have achieved his dreams or learned half the things he did. There was a time when I thought might not have been thought as much. Good and evil, the innocent and the criminal. It all seems so simple and abstract, but out here in the real world, life is anything but. You and the inspector helped me to understand how naive it was. You taught me to look beyond appearances and hearsay, and not be too quick to judge a man for his misdeeds. If I'm worthy of the Sekisegumi, it's because of you and him. Unless you mean Shigeru Miyamoto, because, I mean, Shigeru Miyamoto's probably better off not meeting Hildebrand. Speaking of which, what exactly did become of Inspector Hildebrand? You think we ought to do something? Conduct a search, or... I'm sure it'll turn up eventually. Oh, so this is a regular occurrence, is it? Fair enough. If you are certain that he will turn up eventually, none the worse for wear, then I shall take your word for it and strike all worry from my mind. Should that fateful day ever come that you and he are united once more, I would ask that you give him my best regards. I would say the same for the Wolf Molecular. I wonder what he's doing now. What becomes of a man after death, I do not know, but I should like to believe that his father rests more easily this day. Shigure, this is no time for dawdle. Your duties are far from finished. Yes, forgive me, right away. Porcos las no lastos. I must take my leave, but whenever you are passing through Kugane, I pray you do not hesitate to call on me here at the barracks. Perfect closure. Is our stalker up there? Yeah, our stalker's up there, I bet. No, it's Lupin, okay. It would be funny if our stalker was up there, though. You can now mumbo. Do the mumbo. Hey, Hildebrand. I can get up there with really easily at this point. I mean, not really easy. That's hyperbolic. I'm being hyperbolic. I can get up there pretty easily. It's getting onto the lamppost that's the nightmare. It's glorious, guys. It's beautiful. Why is Julian here? Why don't we ever get the one that Greg is doing? That's not one of the ones that we can get. Hildebrand will return? Can you, Issa? That's skillful. I find that to be the hard part. Like, I know the tricks and stuff, I just have a hard time nailing it. Greg in background is great, always. I got to the top of the lamppost in one go, so I do not to kill myself again. The lamppost took me a couple tries. But getting up there, I got pretty decent at. Okay, where do I go to pick up Hildebrand in, is it Shadowbringer? Do I go to Crystarium? Hildebrand, the only person who can make people question what's real or not. Razat Han. It's Razat Han. Oh, interesting. I guess that makes sense, because it'd be Endwalker. I'm not, by the way, not Relic. I'm talking about Hildebrand. Yeah, Razat Han, okay. Yeah, I know there's no Hildy in Shadowbringers, but, like, I know that he's in the first, so that's why I was thinking about to go to Crystarium. Both are at Raha, yeah. I understand that we skipped Shadowbringers, but again, he's in the first, ergo it was a rational thing to assume that maybe you started the Crystarium. Eorzean Ninja Wonder steal me to climb small spaces. Hey, it's a soccer.
Oh, is it Razat Han, Adia? Is it? Is it?
I was unaware. Thank you very much. Oh, it's a Lawfell.
Oh wait, I know you. We met in Kugane. You're that stone cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life. What's that look for? Surely you haven't forgotten me. You and me, we had a moment, a connection. Not like the one I've got with her, of course, but I know I left an impression.
What options? No, this is Patrick.
Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's as pure as pristine waters of the foremost... Fair point about the cheese stink, though. But enough about me. This is about Miss Nashu. Ever since she got sucked into that weird portal back east, I've been scouring the world for any sign of her. I was this close to giving up, but then huzzah! I found her here in Razat Han. Normally I'd be happy to get back to playing the silent invisible guardian, but she seems pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. My Nashu has been fashioning all sorts of medicines in hopes of rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, I couldn't care less if he kicked the bucket, but I hate seeing her like this. She's liable to work herself to death. So what say you? Will you deliver my dearest Nashu from her plight? You'll find her over the High Crucible, no doubt slavering over an Albic. And with that, I'll get back to cheering her on from the shadows. You too, I guess. Now, go quickly. Save my beloved.
Memoirs of Gaius Baelsar Savage. The next Criterion Savage is required to do Endwalker Hildy. Ah, the cheese man. I would die.
Oi, that shit about do it. Now take this medicine and... Cool, Landriel. It feels like I've been forever, though definitely less than a year, I'm sure. What brings you to Razat Han? Enjoy a sport of adventuring, or perhaps?
There's too much devastation as it is, and clearly it's intentional.
Then you heard it's true. Inspector Hildebrand's gone to hibernation again, then. Oh, wait. You give me that look. That one that screams, what about the whole weird portal business? All right, since you silently asked. So back on the Ruby Sea, right? How Greg get doused with due prison and was forced to whisk us all far away. How that strange rift then opened up, which the inspector then got sucked up into, and how I followed him after that.
I don't think the Aya will be a tribe. I think the thing is, if you have a tribe in one area, you're not going to see that another tribe in that area. So the Aya being in there, you may see the Aya as part of the the dregs, but I don't think you're going to see the A as a tribal quest. I think if anything, you're likely to see Loporits or other things besides. But I wouldn't expect to see anything else from Thavnair or from Ultimate Thule. I would look to Elpis, Garlemald, Labyrinthos. I mean, Labyrinthos doesn't really have anything. Garlemald, unless they were going to do Garleans, which would be ironic, but I don't think that, besides that, Elpis doesn't really have any solid candidates in and of itself, but they could make up something. I think the easy answer is Loporits when you look at the moon, but we'll see.
Boy, well, after that we ended up in this bizarre place. Couldn't tell up from down, left from right, and so we wandered and lost and confused. Oop. Fortunately, Greg came to his senses and explained that we were in the interspectorial rift, and then used the same trick to bring us home. Greg himself stayed behind, though. Something about that score that he had to settle. Not sure what that was about, but hey, you know Greg. Anyway, we're back now, but the rub is that the Inspector Hildebrand has not opened his eyes once. Now, I know he needs his beauty sleep, but it's been an awfully long time, and I don't know where my voice is going. And you got the case to solve. I've been trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can't make something that'll get him up and moving, but nothing seems to work. But I think I'll make progress, me and Mr. Chupacabra. From the Shankshoka concern, that's right. You remember Mr. Chupacabra? Right? Got sucked into the rift along with us. Former evil mastermind. That's a bad one to get to know.
No, 80, I think that's absolutely a fair critique as to why you would think that less than likely. So I think there are other arguments you can make, but I would definitely say that Aya or anything else on Thule is very unlikely in my opinion. Not impossible, but unlikely. The interesting thing too is it just being one Loporit as opposed to, the Loporits, especially them finding their new way and trying to make, housing and a world for themselves. I mean, Garlemald would also make sense if you wanted to do something that was biting irony in terms of like trying to like break down the idea of what a tribe was once and for all. I think you could do Labyrinthos. I can't think of something specific that would be perfect for Labyrinthos. At least not for like a racial group, other than maybe like trolls for Labyrinthos. Map 3, Mare. I mean, Mare is already. Alright, I guess Mare is map 4. Map 4 is Mare. Garlemald, that we just went over. Mare, I mean, you got Loporits, and that's about it. Elpis, I don't know what you would necessarily do in Elpis other than Ancients, which I don't really see being a tribe. Loporits and Garlemald. I mean, you could, but I don't know. I mean, unless you're gonna have them doing rebuilding. I think this tribe was guaranteed to be Crafter 1 on the moon. I wouldn't say it's guaranteed, but it's likely. Yeah, it's very likely. Remember, Shadowbringers is the only time that they did, is the first time that they did Crafter Gatherer combat in that way. So we don't know that they'll necessarily repeat that. I would suggest it's most likely. I would most likely agree with you, but just a matter of what it is in particular. Plus, dragons are part of the Moogle tribe in Nath. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like you can, and also there's all the dragon-related stuff for like firmament, and so you can make that as justification as why they wouldn't. But you can also say that there's plenty of room for them to still do stuff like that.
Please, I am to meet you once more and under less compromising circumstances. If I may correct our mutual friend, I am Jubraka, chairman of the Sajatra concern. Your distrust is somewhat bloodthirsty, Claire, is not unwarranted. But in my defense, who among us has not contemplated enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim?
Well, I know at least Demins has. Druid, good to see you, glad to have you. Remember talking about Garlemald Restoration, like how the Dome Enclave? Yep, that's definitely one of the ideas I brought up. I mean, the thing is, if you did that, though, then Garlemald you wouldn't do Garlemald as a tribe. But I definitely think Garlemald as a tribe is something I've been pitching since at least a year before Endwalker came out as a really interesting idea, even if not likely. But also a really good final nail in the coffin of like explaining, yeah, beast tribes is a dumb notion and is like pointless. Damn right I have, yeah. It'd have to do something related to crafting given that the Omnicrons are gathering. No, but they don't. That's what I'm getting at. So remember, Shadowbringers is the first time that they did that. So like, they don't have to follow that loop. I think they will, But if we don't know that they will follow that loop for sure. They could have another combat-oriented one for all. They may like pick something based on what story they want to tell more so than making sure it's always one of those three. It's evolved over time. I do think it's most likely. So I do agree with you. I do think you're most likely it is going to be Crafter, and they're going to continue with that trend line of. But we don't know that that's for sure the lock. My problem with Garlemald as a tribe is that the role quests imply to be Garleans on the moon instead of me. Well, not all the Garleans leave, though. Like, if you do all the side quests, you know that there are many Garleans that are also staying, and who are, like, starting up the, like, cerulean processing in the glens. Like, some people are leaving for the moon, but not all of them. Though it is when in particular I'm thinking about Garleans as a tribe. Yeah.
I pray, forgive my poor joke. Allow me to assure you that after wandering the interdimensional rift for the sisters only know how long, I am a changed man. Naturally, I understand the words alone will not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I have operated a humble apothecary that caters to the needs of one and none. Furthermore, I made arrangements for Miss Nashu's workshop. Rest assured that I will spare no efforts in helping her see Inspector Hildebrand awakened and return to full health. And with that, if you would excuse me, I must see to our business.
Wait, are we gonna get some Garlean Gundam fights in space if we play our cards right? Not anytime soon. Hopefully. Also, the Gundams were a byproduct of, like, the Garlean Empire's, like, fucked up experiments, and the weapons don't exist. So I wouldn't look to that anytime soon, and I would especially not hope for that, knowing what that would tend to mean. That would mean that there's a faction of Garleans which would intend to revitalize the old Empire.
Boy, isn't he the nicest ex-villain you ever met? Aye, but that's right. I had just finished my latest medicine and got high hopes for the new recipe. I suppose I ought to go look at the Mandeville man himself.
Fixing up that soldier retirement home would be a good objective for a Garlean tribe quest, yeah.
By all means, the inspector is resting up in room Mukama. Awake or asleep, I'm sure you'd enjoy your company. Let's go.
Kamatosh? Oh, I forgot. Didn't they add this Ethernet recently because they knew they were adding this? Yeah. I mean, I don't doubt that it would be a small but ungent faction of those wanting the Empire restored rather than moving forward. Absolutely, Draper. I totally agree that that faction exists, and I want them to tell that story. I just don't think that those are the same people likely to go to the moon and to try to start anew. And I don't think that they're likely to do space, to be able to get highly advanced, Gundam and start battling in space right off the bat. I definitely think it's a story worth telling and a story that should be told. I don't think just leaving the past behind. And I think they've been setting seeds for that idea. The whole notion of beast tribes felt odd given the Lalthas are beast tribes in question Shadow brings. So yeah, 80. So this is a thing that I've made a video about on this channel. So this is a thing that the idea of a beast tribe is given to you in A Realm Reborn, and literally every story after that is all about showing you that fundamentally the idea of a beast tribe is horseshit and always has been from the very beginning. If you know the history of them, if you know the history of the term's only existed about 25 years. And the thing is that it was just used to justify racism. And how do you delineate between what is a beast tribe and what's not? Is it because it's spoken? Well, that can't be it, because obviously plenty of the other tribal races are spoken. Is it because of them having horns? Well, the Pagil have horns and dragons have horns, and scales, but they aren't considered beast tribes. Like the whole notion just breaks down example after example after example. And if you do the tribal quest, it keeps breaking down further. And then you get to something like Shadowbringers, where you see dwarves and you're like, wait, no, none of this makes any goddamn sense. Wait a second. And then Endwalker just keeps nails all that, all the more home. I mean, the same idea that, like, remember that the Garleans called Eorzean savages and treat us as a beast tribe. So, like, the whole thing is just racism and bullshit. And always has been. Could be used as like a proof of concept for conceiving the general Garlean public of accepting rebuilding aid from the outside world. Yeah, I definitely think that like there's a lot of reasons why a really interesting and important story is to be told about Garlean restoration in some respect. How they want to do it is up to them. But like there's so much to deal with the fallout with of Garlemald, both in what a new Garlemald means and what moving on from the legacies of truth and reconciliation of like. There's so much tied to that they can't let that go by the wayside and make the world feel vibrant and feel like it has consequences for what happened, especially at the end of Endwalker. So it's gonna happen. It's just a question of when it becomes more of a forefront story beat rather than a background story beat.
Oi, isn't this room Master Chupacabra is taking care of everything? Even paid the rent full? Ah, but I'm distracting you, aren't I? You need to concentrate while I examine the inspector, yeah?
Study the sleeping Inspector Hildebrand.
Rugged features belie what is at closer glance the sensitive mien of a cultured gentleman. While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in deep slumber.
I wish I could get sleep that deep.
Rippling muscles bespeak impressive strength, while smooth skin suggests that only the rarest of occasions does the man resort to violence. Troubling his limbs are stiff and cold to the touch, as if blood runs cold in his veins. The exquisite buckles of the stylish footwear are a design unique to House Mandeville. These shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune in the markets.
If Lunar weren't the Hrothgar initially unwelcome and attacked Eorzean because people thought they were a beast tribe, I mean that's true of like Al Ra and stuff too. So like I mean honestly that's most of the races that are. I don't know off the top of my head specifically for a Hroth, but that absolutely I believe that. Hroth lore is probably my weakest like racial lore. It's disturbing like the Scions who were summoned to the first. Shocking. I do wish they had made custom bespoke models for the Scions looking more wasted away. I feel like that scene where you see them in the darkness would be so much more impactful if they had wasted away a little bit.
Oi, finished already? Any theories as to what was wrong with the inspector? I see. I mean, I don't, but that's what you're supposed to say at a time like this. I know that much. How do we wake him up?
I was not prepared.
Oi, returned his soul to his body. Where did it go? And what is it doing here? As you do. I see, right. So you can go there. Great, in that case I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, but once you arrive in the otherworldly world, look for a place that smells like mystery and intrigue, and chat with people there. That's standard Agent of Inquiry protocol. Oh, and since this is the inspector, Hildebrand we're talking about, don't be surprised if you find him asleep, or haven't forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry, I prepared my traditional medicine, just in case. Don't hesitate to use it. And with that, do take care out there.
I tend to look around away from the objective during those inspection scenes. It's how I come to love the Stalker Shoebill. Remember when everyone thought that Shoebill was Emmett?
Bum 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 bum.
Oh, right. I think I finished actually all the bi-colored gemstones. I never talked to them. Aw, Morrow Hatchling is an item. Do I want a Morrow Hatchling or the Dark which eliminates the world? Let's do Morrow Hatchling first. I can't use the Crystarium suit anymore since it's always in there. Always in where? I've always wondered where the races came from after Sundering. Did evolution just start all over again? No, the implication that we get from Yoshi P, though it's not entirely clear, is that basically there's a couple possibilities. One of which is that the Sundered Ancients, when sundered, created the beings that became the spoken races as we know them, and then there was sort of a small amount of divergent evolution from there. That's one thing that Yoshi P pretty much people who were sundered kind of like at random became like the different races that we think of. It's not entirely clear what the world looked like in prehistory, though it gets interesting because of the Nas vision when she shows us like her a version of the world at post-sundering. I mean, not a literal world, but like a pseudo vision where we see a bunch of different races. It's not entirely clear. It's also possible that the beings that like a Lalafell could existed on the world unsundered, that was reference to the new life that was birthed after Zodiac was formed and fixed the star. And then those beings themselves were sundered. However, I tend to read it as it was more the ancients, especially as the as beings can have, or the inheritor, many beings are the inheritors of ancient souls. The Shubil. Shubil haunts my dreams. You definitely want baby Seto. The Mithra was supposedly the ancestors of the Mikote. That is a specific minion that is kind of making a joke, and it's not entirely clear whether, like, that's speculative. Like, here, let me find that Mithra minion. I know what you're talking about. But, like, that's very, very hearsay-y, and until such time as we go to, like, we get, like, something more specific on that, I would really hesitate that it's very hearsay. And the reason I'm so cautious about that is so many people used to bandy around that as, like, just straight fact. Opinions on how Mikote rate compared to their supposed ancestors are best kept to oneself. Yeah. So just be very careful with that. Welcome back, friend. I've offered you a pint, but my barman sense tells me that's not why you're here. Fun fact, if that Rogan looks familiar, it's because here we go. This is the 1.0. This is the 1.0 trailer for Final Fantasy XIV. Check it out. Same guy. So, well, same model. Without they existed before the Sundering due to the new beings following the rise of Lunar. We don't know that. We know that there's new beings. For all we know, those new beings were either completely different. We know those new beings could have been, you know, Sahagin and other tribes. We don't know. We just know that there was new life being. We don't know for sure. So until we have such time, we can speculate, but we don't know. It's him. Yeah. Oh, cool. Hacks. They also say Fat Cat is an ancestor of Mikote. Pretty sure that's a jest. Yeah. I just advise be very careful that unless we get like explicit information, like it's best to typically treat things as like speculative because we've had things be changed before. So this friend of yours has gone missing. Sorry to hear that, but plenty of trials will pass through these parts. Could you describe the fellow to me? Hume barely wears a monocle. Well-meaning idiot. Yes, that sounds fun. Well, also, here's another thing. The Crystarium as a whole is actually based off of the tech demo for Final Fantasy XIV. Project Rapture, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the 2005 tech demo for Final Fantasy XIV. For the location called the Crystarium. May seem awfully familiar. I actually like this. I like this a lot better than Crystarium, but that's because I have a thing for water and like large.
いやー懐かしいというかすごいというか
And it would have run like ass, I'm sure. But yeah, definitely a lot of elements I'm sure look very familiar. A lot of this glass, and I'm sure that looks familiar. Clusia. Yeah, basically Crystarium, and this also kind of like inspired Clusia as a whole, I'm sure, too. Geez, they were working on it as far back as 2005. Yep. Pretty cool how much stayed the same to the current version. Yeah. Well, definitely inspired. Yes, that sounds familiar. Mind you, I don't see him myself, but I do believe one of the bounty hunters spied such a man when you were here all battering that horde of spectral warriors. If you remember, you can see Hildebrand in... Yes! Get! Come here in a moment. There's someone who wants to speak with you. Ah, she's the best! She's the absolute best! And also, the spectral warriors were from, like, the Hero's Gauntlet.
Hey, that's so. Make it. Look, this isn't gonna drink itself. Oh, it ain't Landfill. What brings you back to this neck of the woods? now that you mention it, I did see someone like that back there on the battlefield after you ran off to do more hero work. At first, I thought he was going to attack me like the rest of the spirit once, but no, he just stood there striking a pose, trying to scare or seduce me. Damned if I could tell. Silly, he was glowing, and I wasn't about to take any chances, so I said, "Hey, piss off, ghost," and sent him packing.
She's the fucking best.
Did he die, you ask? To which I say, what am I, a Eorzean? Also, I kept my mug waiting long enough. Good talk.
Could it be the Warrior of Darkness? Oh, hey! It's the Adventurer Bros. Thought that was your voice, but was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. It's good to see you again. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you discussing the renegade poser. I've been searching for him for some time now. I was wondering when they were going to bring them back into the story. There have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Vonard and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom of it. We've little in the way of useful information, though. All we know is that he appears without warning and strikes a disturbing pose. He's not caused any harm, if you count the shock of a strange man gesticulating in general direction, that is. Nevertheless, we've worried his behavior might escalate. I've been tasked with apprehending the miscreant as well. Not quite, Vonard. Lendrill's come back to track down a missing friend. Your miscreant, I regret to say, might be my friend. If you mean you're looking for it might be the one the same, then why not to work together? Between the three of you, you're bound to have better luck. It would be an honor and a great help. We're just about to leave to gather testimony as it happens. Come and join us in Sullen, and when you're finished here, we'll solve this mystery in no time. Best dwarf. I mean, TF2 was in development for, like, what was, like, 9 years? Yeah, well, development is not development. I will tell you that from personal experience. Like, even development hell is not development hell. It just... 10 out of 10. Healer is my favorite role quest in both Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Yeah, just proof that. Yeah, she's probably my favorite Shadowbringers one. But I really like some of the other ones, too. Like, I really love Tank is a really fucking good one. It's really fucking tragic. The thing is that Tank is just all heartbreak, whereas, like, Healer in Shadowbringers is heartbreak and levity. Caster is also pretty fucking good. And then... in Endwalker, they're all pretty close to equal. I think my least favorite's probably Tank. And Caster is Ishgard, I believe. I think Ishgard might be one of the weakest. Every time I see those two, I just assume they're lovers. I don't know why. It has the energy. I get it. Gets the only dwarf that can summon alcohol at will. I just finished the Annihilator quest, and yeah, it was super good. Yeah, it is very good. Or as we like to call it, Fordola's therapy session.
Eh? Oh, that fella. I saw him the other day on the way home from Kermit. I'd enjoyed one too many libations after my bath and ended up wandering off into the forest. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping low and the sky turning dark. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. Then I felt a gentle tug on my arm. And wouldn't you believe it? An odd-looking man led me out of the forest and set me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck a pose and walked off. My second favorite is actually Mage. From Shadowbringers or Endwalker? I mean, Melee and Endwalker to be very... Endwalker Melee is probably my favorite. I think that one's incredibly strong. It was nice to see everyone again, but just couldn't jive with it. The vibes weren't there for me aside from that, man. My least favorite Endwalker is Melee DPS. Yeah, I guess we're just on different pages, because that one's probably the one I like the most. I love Tanked and Healer for Endwalker. Tank didn't do much for me. Like, I appreciate, like, Connie Senna and stuff, but, like...
Did I see him? You bet I did. I was crossing through the forest of the Lost Shepherd on my way to deliver the fish to the Hostile Imperative. Out of nowhere. And also, the other thing about the Melee DPS one is that it's one of the few ones that actually moved forward. Not only the move, like, dealt with the history and legacy of its locale, but also dealt with the current issues and also started building towards future things. Out of nowhere, there's some odd man left in front of me. I thought he was a bandit at first, but then he abruptly turned to the side and curled his neck and put his fresh fist into his hand, and as if to say, I don't know. It was baffling. I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. Won't lie, the people who see the Melee end quests, I had no idea who the fuck they were until about like halfway through. You mean the Company of Heroes? I just wiped this up from my throat. Everything in Mirth World was good content. Agreed. Yeah, I just can't meet you there on that one, AC. I think Fordell is a fantastic character. Why yes, I saw someone like that when I was out on picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he was only wanted to warn me that foul beasts lurk in the forest, and I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, I say he was actually quite gentlemanly. My top two for Endwalker are Healer and Range with Mage. I do like Range a lot. Range was really good. Mage being very interesting for me, hence why I don't see it as lower, plus the final I like more than even Range is. Really? Can I ask why? I felt like its final didn't do much for it. Finished questing the locals, have you? Were you able to learn anything? Not only has the poser caused no harm, he's even helped people? So he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction, you might say, but there's no reason to doubt what we heard. Everyone seems to encounter him in the forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? And that's where we'll look next, shall we? Actually, you know what? Fuck it. It's driving time, baby. Yeehaw! The concept of who turned was just very interesting to me. It mirrors the Omnicrons, and I hope we get... What? Mirrors the Omnicrons. How? I hope we get more examples of what they are later. Well, I mean, the Omnicrons, it doesn't really matter what they... What do you mean what they are? They were people, but then they just replaced their bodies with... They, like, replaced themselves, and they turned their souls into binary, and... Like, the Omnicrons are what they are now, just because they got rid of their physical forms. And I guess, to me, like... It was like pseudo-Frankenstein, but without a lot of character build-up, and also with a lack of meaningful connection to the Knights of the Heaven's Ward built up in Heaven's Ward. It wasn't really paying off much. I'm referring to the person who turned in the similar yet vastly different situation behind their turning. I guess I don't see it as that different. Well, here we are. But how exactly are we supposed to begin our search? These woods are, well, woods. Yeah, they're not exactly dense, though. Got a plan, do you? Far be it for me to doubt the Warrior of Darkness. Show us what you got in mind, and we'll be back up to your best in our ability. If someone hates Endwalker, I'm gonna be honest, I can't say I particularly hold much stock in their opinion or care to hear it. Like, don't get me wrong, you're allowed your opinion and stuff, but like, if you hated Endwalker, I just don't think there's a lot we're gonna be able to see eye to eye on, or broadly, yeah. Beautiful. 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 Do it. Keep it. Swag. YOLO. Powerful. Glorious. I'm proud of you. Yeah! I will say I have missed this battle theme. On your guard, it's a Sin Eater. No, wait, that's no Sin Eater. Nope. That's a Hildebrand. Hildebrand, who is this Hildebrand of whom you speak? I am the forgotten gentleman of light, devourer of sins, light warden extraordinaire. I don't know what you want from me. You're not a Sin Eater. You're Hildebrand, gentleman inspector. You got it? Okay, guys, I get it. I get it. Ugh, Inspector, Sin Eater, Inspector, Sin Eater, Sin Eater, Inspector. I get it, Hydra. Thank you. You're acquainted with this, gentleman? Right then. Clearly your friend has been through a lot. But still, how did he get it in his head he's a Sin Eater? Is there no way to bring back his memories? Punch him in the face. Where did I get that? Explosives. Where did you try and saving him, right? By the spirit of Nashu! Yes, yes, Jack shot it! You better fucking Jack shot it! You better fucking Jack shot it! Don't do me wrong. Yes! Blitzball confirmed! Yes! Yes! Beautiful. Wicked White, we've killed him. It's okay. It's okay. You know what it looks like when you punch Xenos? Kind of like that. I say, Lendriel, I'd resign myself to Nashu's ungentle methodology, but you too, my brutish friend? But never mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Previously, I was with Nashu and Greg, wandering the bizarre, shadowy realm known as the Introspectorial Rift. Oh, Echo memory. Hello. Right, because of course they have the Echo as well, because they were awakened to it. That's when they start going on their journey. Being just like, it's the best. Where am I? Who am I?
Wait, the second in night, that aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, ain't you? What I need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decking.
Yeah! Piss off, Ghost! Apparently she dual jobbing. Warrior monk. Got his soul so hard she fully brought him into the first. I have every intention to show this and nothing else as my way of pitching the game from now on. Are you sure? You sure not mute top, Des?
Run! Run for your lives! It's a Sin Eater!
Twerking Hildibrand, everybody. Oh, Sin Eater. Nah, man, I'm something else. A bottom? I'll be damned. I saw a vision of that man's past. No wonder he's become convinced he was a Sin Eater. I saw it too. It's quite possibly the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed. Answer me faithfully, assistant. Where are we, and why is it so purple? The first? Ah, the first what? Are you telling me that we've somehow traveled to the entirely different world? Gods, good gods, you think that I transcended the very boundaries of time and space, but worry not, my adoring fans. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, will return to you forthwith. It's weird, like, do you see the shit I put up with? Yeah, exactly. Back and full of spectral beams. Okay, wait, let me see. Hildebrand quests. I just wanted to see how much we got left. Soulful Union. Okay, so that's okay. So we're good. While I've enjoyed what time I've spent in this far-flung first that I can remember, we should be getting back to our own world soon. Would you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Restore my soul with a spirit vessel. Say no more. Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. It's not unlikely brewing the perfect cup of coffee, which means our task is clear. Require the service of a skilled soul sommelier. I know a soul sommelier named Beckluck. Splendid. I say even the world you rub its shoulders with the cream. Let us pay this Beckluck a visit. I'm not sure what we were plotting to do with souls, but if you require Beckluck's assistance, we can help. Aye, they've evaded us time and time again. I reckon they'd do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabinet of Curiosity. A soulful reunion. Heart of amber, raw and time. Are there any other quests? Yeah, no, okay, there's the MSQ. I was about to say, are there any other times we get to hear the Endwalker story while in the first, the Endwalker theme, and then I realized, of course, you go there for the MSQ. Kubo! If you're ready, I'll call for Beckluck. The only thing to scare the wall wasn't any of the BBEG bosses. No, it was something worse than all of them. The only people that puts fear in the possible hearts of the 12. Ah, the genius soul sommelier. You've come highly recommended by Lendriel. And what an adorable little puppy you have here. Soul? What? Puppy? I beg your pardon, but there seems to be some sort of confusion.
Puppy, who is this imbecile Lendriel? I have half a mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him in it. But I presume he is your friend of yours, and one in need no less. What, another of your friends that needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do the last time? Yet you waltzed in here and asked me to do a favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat. His case is no different from the others, at least. He is at present only in soul, as they were. Well, you need another spirit vessel, of course. If you don't happen to have one on you already, do you? Entrusted to you by the Crystal Exarch, you say? If only he knew how you were using it. Unfortunately, I have a epoxy on hand. We've been using it to treat a patient at risk of transforming into eaters, but I suppose it's due for a change of pace. There is, however, one concern. In case I didn't make it clear before, the process can place great strain upon one's soul. If he is lacking in resilience, there is a chance he will not survive. That is, his very essence will be rent asunder. That's a risk I'm willing to take. After what he's lived through, it would be implausibly anticlimactic for him to die like that.
Yeah, Becklog does need some decongestion. Haha, Ledriel knows me all too well, I assure you. My good sommelier, who is most certainly not a dog. You needn't worry for Hildebrand, Hilliard, or Maximilian Mandeville. Yes, I get the distinct impression that the gods themselves could not kill him if they tried. And they have. Come along then, Hilde. I can't be bothered to remember the name. 1,000 things. Simply put me into the soul siphon and I shall hop right in. The rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I may be tempted. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Yeah. Praise the gob! Whoa! Julian and Godbert Mandeville. Yeah. I mean, Julian might as well just be Menfina, and Godbert might as well just be your Byregot. You would be pleased to know the process was smooth and uneventful. Honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is take the spirit vessel back to the source and bring it in contact with his corporeal body. He should be awake immediately with his soul and memories intact. If there's nothing else, Vonard and I should be getting back to our duties. It was a pleasure, Landriel, if all too brief. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad I was there for it. Till we meet again, rest assured that Thalia and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence. It's better to not ask questions, my dude. Sometimes. Truly. So if I'm not mistaken, for the next one we go to Mare. Because I remember seeing it in the trailer, Hildebrand on Mare Lamentorum. I'm wondering how that comes about. That's the motto of the Hildebrand quest. It's better to not ask questions, my dude. The last part's very important. My god, anytime I go to a city center, my frame rates are dropping. That's what happens on patch. Oi, you're back, and not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands. Oh god, no, not his body. The inspector's soul is in this, you say? That's great, but we have another problem now. The inspector's body has gone missing. We went to the market to do some shopping, and when we came back, he was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked that, Praga. I double-checked I did protect every door that was locked before we left, but there's nothing to suggest someone's forced their way in. We've got a case on our hands, the case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigations at once. Come on, then. Let's start looking for witnesses. My frame rate drops like a rock because in addition to patch day, I also have G-Shade and higher texture rate. I have both of those. And if you turn it off, it helps a little. Did I see anyone get carried out of the house, you ask? I was too distracted with the stock taken to make note of any comings or goings. Sorry I couldn't be more help. I didn't see anyone carrying around a person out of the house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, so heavy he strained to lift it. I did not think much of it at the time, but now that you mention it, it was a bit suspicious. Oi, there you are. The man... Oi, there you are. This man says he has vital information that'll help us in our investigation. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Delion, Editor-in-Chief of the Thavnarian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomena of our isle. Your companion shared with me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who is behind the incident, but I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. Oh no. They come from the heavens, from beyond the great expanse. They descend in curiously saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. Oh no. You shudder, no doubt, as you realize that of whom I speak. It couldn't be, you protest. Oh, but it could, and it is, your dear friend of the inspector, has been abducted by aliens! Oh, but it'll be fine.
You assure yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better. You poor deluded child. They do, but to what end? What else they might do one day they take over our world? Well, he hasn't mentioned that anything about Sandy Hook yet, so we'll see. Guys. Fucking Lalafell. What is worse, the plot to do with so aid of collaborators. For the Charlians are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information on our vulnerabilities in exchange for their position of power within their regime. The final days was also the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos that our world would be easier to conquer. Like, actually...
The final days was all the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos. Their worlds will be easier to conquer. Blessedly it was thwarted, but it will be only dumb luck that those that they did the thwarting was blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat. I had hoped setback would be discouraging the aliens from coming back, not moving them to abandon their ambitions, but it seems the events have only emboldened them if they are indeed to carry out abductions here in Rosset Han. Even as we speak, your friends lay prone on a sterile bed in their bases on the surface of the moon, where the probe can probe them inscrutable instruments as their floppy ears wiggle with fiendish delight. Ah, but I have said too much. I must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of our world is at stake.
Oi, no, that sounded awful. We have to go to the moon to save the inspector at once.
I think he was a few materials short of a full meld. That's the fucking jokes.
Oi? So you don't think that the inspector's somewhere to getting probed by aliens? But not them. Well, then who's probing him? A man carrying a suspiciously large sack. That sounds promising. Maybe someone else can tell us more.
Did anyone else get DX11 crashes frequently since Endwalker released? I can't go a day without a crash, and it happens randomly exclusively on 14. Have you repaired your files at all recently, AD? Or have you updated your drivers? That would be my main assumption. It'd be either the you need to repair your files or update your drivers.
Oi, someone head up ahead may have seen something. Let's go ask around.
Yeah, and you've done like a repair or an integrity check for your files?
Pargra and his family are the nicest people. Oi, they've got such gentle eyes and long snouts too. Longer than anyone I've ever met in Eorzean.
I think I am.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it compatibility. When you updated them, did you update like your graphics card drivers as well? So like your DX11 and your graphics card drivers? Like those are separate things.
The man with the sack indeed. I couldn't help but take note of him, as he passed trying very hard to be conspicuous as he was.
Okay.
He descended into Al-Zadal's path that went over the fountain where he met with the merchant, I believe. Such a heavy sack it was. My mind was racing with the possibilities of what it might contain.
Oi, that had to be our man, right? We need not hunt down the merchant.
Yeah, the only time I have DX11 crashes are when I'm using certain programs.
Oh, it's incredible, eh? It reminded me of the giant statue of Lord Gobba at the Gold Saucer. Once the inspector's back on his feet, we'll have to show him.
Build a casual, good to see you, glad to have you. Destroy the child? What?
A man with a large sack. Ah, you bet I saw him. In fact, I sold him my chocobo. At first I told him to get lost. The bird and I go way back and so forth. But he was so in a hurry and I offered was very generous. When you're in my line of work, you can't afford to get too sentimental. And now I can buy a whole stable's worth of chocobo.
Did he say where he was planning to go next?
He was muttering something about having to go to the south winds. Welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot, never mind the sack.
Oi, did you hear that, Lenriel? We need to head to Saltwind's welcome right away.
Bum bum ba-dum bum. Motorcycles in the sky. I can go twice as high. Let's take him back. He's in a sack. Hildebrand, go. Mandeville. Oh, here we are. Which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled. Oh my god, I'm far too tired to try to do Cockney. Nailed it. Over there, that man's definitely up to no good. I should stop even trying. That seems like a random Alra. Oh, maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator? We should stay out of sight, watch what happens. Or we could go kick his ass. Oh? Oi, Mr. Chupacabra, but he expressly told us he had put the evil schemes behind him. He wouldn't lie, would he? The goods appear to be none the worse for wear. Very well, your payment is promised. My clients will be most pleased. I enjoy the concept of you smile on your main's face. Yeah. Luke? Really? He survived? Oi, no, he's going to feed the inspector to a giant sea monster. Not sure, sometimes you're an idiot. It is an honor and a pleasure as always, Dr. Luge. I have faith this specimen will meet you with your satisfaction. So this is the one said to be the strongest, most resilient in the world, the Mandeville man. None other. He's weathered countless explosions and a multitude of martial abuses, including a devastating suplex, if I myself has witnessed. It is even said he survived the journey to Dalamud itself, and survived Lesser Moon's fall with nary a scratch. Most fortunately for us, he has fallen into a coma, from which I am assured he will never awake. You are free to do with his body as you please. The notification's coming through mine. It's someone sending me a whisper.
Even the mightiest of warriors cannot fight while asleep. Those meddlers may have gotten to the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body-mind command, I will exact a bloody glorious revenge.
Forgive me for my word, Dr. Luge, but when might I expect the rest of my payment? I have debts that must be repaid.
Worry not. With the Telafroid gone for good, the vast fortune of House Brute is entirely at my disposal. I shall saddle you with wealth, my loyal minion.
And gladly I shall accept the spoils, Tucker, and resolve never to renounce my wicked ways, for surely this time I will suffer no comeuppance.
No, not you. Not now. Ugh, I must away.
Sadly, I cannot change it right now while I'm in a cutscene. Wait, Dr. Luge, my payment! Jedi super speed. Wait, oi, wake up, Inspector! I want to get one of those as a hand prop, because they're so pretty. But if I got one as a hand prop, I'd probably have to do an XR cosplay. Speaking of, guess what's almost finished? Not the XR cosplay. I don't have that going, but I do have
something better.
Oh, could it be? The world's no longer purple.
Stop moving down, you. You're supposed to be the comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge.
No. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Mommy! He's going to the moon, isn't he? Nashu, a little bit of concern is warranted. This is how we should have gotten to Mare Lamentorum. Not again! I want to know the app to make the mouth do that and like look like it was blowing in air. The fuckery that was required, it would have been hysterical. Sus. That definitely, absolutely sounded like he was playing Among Us.
No!
Kinky. Oh, dude, I want an Asm crystal bad. Sloppy. Sloppy. Someone help him out. I'll say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to. More importantly, after a brief tour, I find myself in my own world once more. My most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants. But rejoice, for Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Of course. Okay, who was gonna tell me the Lalafellas had UFOs? Okay, to be fair, that Final Fantasy XIV Alex Jones did tell me that the Lalafellas had UFOs, but, or Lalafellas, Loperids, had UFOs. Well, we all know the Lalafellas have it. I knew Bean was an alien. Bean, when did you get a UFO? And why have you not told us so we can fly it around? Okay, but we all admit that we definitely want this as a mount, right? Like... Also, Stalker got beamed up with Hildy.
Oi, wait, Inspector!
Gotta love FF8 references. It's a one-seater story.
I knew it. An alien abduction. And to think I would have the chance to witness one of my own eyes. This month's issue of the Thavnarian Truce will be the best one yet.
Or a minion. No. I want that as a mount. I don't give a shit about it as a minion. I want that as a mount.
Oh, and just when I thought we had finally had Inspector back, off he went. And then he came back and then floated off again. What the fuck do we get ourselves into each time? I mean, like, admittedly, yeah, okay. Well, are we going after him? Fine.
Absolutely with my Warrior of Light trapped in the beam. Chaos and carnage, of course.
Well, I still know it's Tom that he's taking the scars without warning, but still, it's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying Inspector. Let's return to Razadhan.
Sieste la vie. La vie bohème? Today's an inspiration? Playing hooky, making something out of nothing? The need to express, to communicate? To going against the grain? To going insane? To going mad? To loving attention, hating pretension, no expectation?
Oi, Inspector, why have you left me again? Oh, and where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get it together, Nashu. There's a case to be solved. Just so you wait, Inspector, your loyal assistant Nashu will solve the mystery of your disappearance again. And don't you worry, Landriel. As soon as I have the new lead, you'll be the first to know. Till next time. To any passing fad, to be... Meanwhile, in Mare Lamentorum, to being in us for once, instead of a them.
Go on. No. Dude, is that the alien dude from X2? No!
With a suit mind explosive flash, he'll find the crime and crack the case in a flash. Dashing debonair, pure gentleman, flair. Our agent of inquiry, Hildibrand, Mandeville. Truth and justice never go out of style.
I did not ever think I'd see that entity again in my life off of a PlayStation 2 save card.
Oi, Landriel, I'm new lead, and just as promised, you first to know. Before we go into details, though, I should give you back your soul container. Give it a good scrub first, of course. Being the gentleman that he is, I'm sure the inspector won't leave any lingering spiritual odors.
Oh my god, imagine if you used that with someone else too and there was like a bit of Hildy still in it.
There, now you can listen to the findings having distracting thoughts, like when Nashu going to give me back my soul container. Now, as far as the lead I mentioned, I was thumbing through a peer article and found an article on the alien abduction. That way it was described as almost exactly what happened to the inspector, even added a little diagram of a man swimming in the midair.
Graha stank in there. Well, we all want a little bit of Graha stank.
Anyway, the author seemed convinced the victim had been taken to the moon. That's because you remember Dorian, the editor in briefs. He was the one who wrote it. And he plans on doing research the next edition on the moon itself. Apparently there's a portal or something Galmo that will take straight there. Oh, but we'll hop on an adventure like that most been to the moon already. Know it like the back of your hand, I bet.
I don't know even where voice is going. I'm just gonna.
I thought so. It'll be nice to have an expert guide up here. Up here and help me search for clues. What say you?
To the moon, Nashu! To the moon! I've been saying that to my friends for years, and it's now my time. To the moon, Nashu! To the moon!
Right, I'll start packing my bags. I don't know what the weather is like on the moon, but I remember Garlemald being a bit chilly last time I was there.
Are we going to the gate? Yep, we're going to the gate. To the nether gates.
Bum 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 bum.
Yes, yes, now I'm on to new stuff, yep. But I assume most of you have already played it.
Oh, it's much, much colder than I remember. I sure hope the Lunar Gate is closed.
Yeah, that is interesting that she's been to Garlemald before.
The Tower of Babel. You mean the big spiky spire? Well, we definitely shouldn't get lost on the way there. Let's get moving.
I think we all want to know when Nashu was last in Garlemald. Better question, why? I think why is an important question. I do actually think when is just as vital. Because, like, her being there under Garlean occupation is in and of itself wild. And I mean, there's been such a limited amount of time where she could have been where it wasn't under occupation. I mean, I guess it's not occupation, but residence. However you want to put it. Same way today, we took a second to think on the Elysium. I thought I just want to take a second to remember this. If you haven't, I really recommend you go read the short story, the last short story that came out, Friendwalker, Ulysses.
So, this thing sent us to the moon, just like that. Courage, Nashu.
I'm too tall. This world is in grave danger and the people deserve to know. I have to reach the moon so I can expose the truth. Oh, it's that motherfucker.
As I have explained to you twice already, I can only allow passage to authorized travelers, which you are not.
You're with them, aren't you? The aliens who have infiltrated every layer of our society.
What in blazes are you talking about? I'm Dalmascan born and raised. Oh, look, it's Dorian, the editor in briefs.
That's Delian, editor-in-chief. Thank you very much. And you were friends of the abductee, I believe.
Lensriel, greeting. Are you acquainted with this man by any chance?
Exposited in my direction once. No, nor am I affiliated with him in any way, shape, or form.
I wouldn't think so. He doesn't seem that kind of company for a hero like you would keep.
But Lendriel, aren't you forgetting that whole conversation we had in Dorian back at Razadhan? No, I'm not. Lendriel, as in Lendriel Shige, Slayer of Gods, Saver of Ishgard, Liberator of the Provinces, Stealer of Pants. How did I fail to recognize such an unbelievable, famous individual? As a champion of the people, you had a duty to lead us through the fact-straggling checkpoint. We cannot let your comrade's abduction go unsolved. He needs you, and the world needs you, my next article.
And you believe he was taken to the moon? Well, that certainly sounds like an emergency to me. Your acquaintance here seems to see sincere in his desire to help, so I will grant him a special dispensation to accompany you just this once. You may proceed to the Nether Gate.
Mysterious forces have thrust us together, and though I trust the fates have been as much as I trust the obviously comprised gate guard, I will leave no moonstone unturned. The truth is up there.
Steal our pants will never not get me. If so, there's now a proper X2 reference. Yeah, Darvin. Yeah. That I definitely think that is a proper X2. Yeah, that is. I mean, I guess you could say it was 8. I forgot it was even in 8, but definitely. I mean, I would count it as an X2 reference for sure. Oh god, I love the Mario Lamentora music so much. It's so haunting.
Ooh, the moon is just as white and shiny up close. But not made of cheese. And no sign of Inspector Hildebrand either.
So we've already arrived. The Emperor technology is more advanced than I feared. Over there, the aliens have built some kind of forward base on the lunar surface. We must sneak in and blow the lid on their invasion plans.
Looks like Dorian has the lead. Come on, we should follow him.
This is bring the guy wearing the equivalent of a tinfoil to space. Technically, poo-poo originated from 8, but yeah, I already made that point. But that was, yeah. I also, like, everyone who I knows them only from X2. I not to say that most people don't know them from 8, but most people I know. I literally did not even remember they were in 8.
Aliens! Honest to God, aliens! I never expected them to be so tall, or so small and bunny-like.
God, I fucking love the Watcher.
Welcome. If I had known I was receiving so many visitors, I would have sent for more tea.
Also, you should definitely read his short story. He has a short story.
The voice that speaks inside my head. I don't know the words, but their meaning is clear. Are they wielding psychic powers to try and brainwash me?
You're right there, my friend. Need help with anything in particular?
And this one speaks our tongue fluently. Learned it from you Charlene collaborators, I'll wager. Don't think you'll fool me with your adorable bunny nose and silken ears. I'll print the truth before you arrive to Blaga, my fellow man.
Yep, you guys, when you said that before, I heard you.
You're one of Eorzean's friends, aren't you? I'm not sure who or what, but such odd ideas got into your companion's head, but would you mind setting him straight for me?
Leopards are not failure, although their adorableness does belies their capacity for shenanigans. Leopards are allies of all mankind, misguided attempts to make us live off carrots alone notwithstanding.
They got you, didn't they? I suppose I should be surprised. I heard the rumors before disbanded the Science of Seventh Dawn. The formerly secret society has in truth become all the more secret that it may pull our leaders strings from the shadows.
Jesus Christ, he is Alex Jones.
Hold it right there, mister. I won't stand here and listen to you slander Lendriel, or this lovely bunny any longer. You better not libel them neither. We actually came in search of the Inspector Hildebrand, a dashing gentleman we think brought here by shiny flying saucer. You wouldn't happen to have either of them around here, would you? I'm afraid I've seen neither. Long was it my duty to keep watch, but as the need for constant vigilance has since ended, I've grown accustomed to idleness. It's rather refreshing, really. Anyways, perhaps the Loperates may have observed this man or his abductors. I feel I would have remembered if I had. The others might have seen him something, though. Why don't you take him over the Best Ways Burrows, and you can ask them about it yourself? That sounds like a wonderful idea. Please lead the way. It's nothing else. Getting an eyeful of the facilities we built for the benefit of mankind should help reassure your suspicious friend.
I mean, to be fair, he hasn't been racist towards the Archons or anyone yet, so that's a plus.
So many bunnies!
If they can build a forward base of this scale, then what hope does mankind have against them?
Oh, for the love of carrots, this is not a military operation. Do you see any cannons or assault craft? You haven't any weaponry at all.
Oh, don't you fucking start, Demins.
Take your time and chat with whomever you like. As for me, I'm going perfectly innocuous and not at all nefarious things to do. Bye now. Right then, let's go on with the investigation.
An aetheryte, a convention tool for meeting with the Charlian co-conspirators, no doubt. Oh, they'll tell you the aetherites were an elegant invention, but it was really just one of many alien technologies secretly received in exchange for undying loyalty. Think pearls too. Be careful what you say on those private calls. The Charlians are always listening.
That's not how those work.
Look, they even have aetherites here too.
That's literally, I mean, like, could the Charlians have learned some retroactive? Well, no, because it wouldn't have made sense, because they discovered how to do that before they were in common contact with the Loperids. Kirla, good to see you, glad to have you. Now she's saying everything that we're thinking in 3 words when we first saw the Loperids in Juro and Endwalker. Yes, that's very true, Hydra. Very true.
Oh, I often stretch my legs out there under the stars, but I can't say I've noticed anything out of the ordinary. Sorry.
Not to worry, we'll try our luck elsewhere, thank you.
Furry-faced liars, a lot of them. They're probably hiding the entire fleet of alien attack craft.
I should have gargled cigarettes before I started playing this.
Core, that's a big fan. It must get hot in here.
A propulsion engine, of course. This is no mere moon. It's a space station. You know the satellite upon which we stand was never a natural celestial body, right? It was a grand fabrication of the ancients. They were in contact with the aliens even, well,
You were almost there.
even back then, but the purpose of their ambitious construction has eluded us. Until then, it's obvious that the moon is a colossal starfaring vessel.
Actually, he's not quite wrong about that one. That one he's actually kind of right on. He was so close. He was so close.
Oh, ever since we were building Excitatron 6000, we all get all kinds of people around here. Can you describe your missing friend in a bit more detail?
Well, he's very gentlemanly and dapper, if you look past the almost certainly tattered state of his clothing.
Though the fashion sense can be a bit eccentric, our visiting adventurers have always dressed impeccably. Not to be rude, but I have a feeling your friend would have stood out in the crowd.
He's probably strapped to a table somewhere even as we speak, enduring unspeakable experiments. Ugh. From what I've pieced together so far, the giant alien is the master, and after these smaller xenobuddies are artificial life forms created to serve as minions in his army. The harmless appearance is part of the strategy. As soon as you let your guard down, snap! They take you down like a pack of tiny herbivores wolves.
Dorian has some interesting theories, doesn't he? Being nibbled to death by a mob of cuddly bunnies doesn't sound like a bad way to go, though.
I refute not choose points, and my exhibit A is the bunny scenes from Monty Python: The Quest for the Holy Grail. Where glares a Dillian. I see your Star Wars reference. If I were the warrior of light in the Gaul called Scions, an evil shadow organization bent on world domination, I would deck the guy like a Buzz Aldrin into the moon landing conspiracy guy who confronted him. What a hero. Menashu is the reasonable person here, yeah. I like how Omega was closer to piecing together how things worked to the moon, yeah.
No gentleman in ragged clothing, I'm afraid, but I did spot an object in flight that couldn't immediately be identified. It was while I was gathering materials in the south of Mare Lamentorum. I presumed it was not some elegant relic or new species of floating jellyfish, and didn't think too much of it.
Cool, now that's sounds promising. Thank you for your time.
What are you doing?
What's this then? A pod for growing new xenobunnies? They must plan to produce them in millions and overwhelm us with sheer fuzzy numbers. Nah, how could I have been so blind? Those aren't ears, they're psychic wave generators. They lure people close to the precious little faces, then BAM! Brainwashed. I figured it all out, alien scum, and once the world reads my special edition, your dreams of domination will be done for. Ha!
What a strangely, oddly aggravating man. Is he a friend of yours too?
He thinks he's a friend to the people, but I don't think any people are his friends. Right, let's get out of here and find that flying object. Do you know which direction is south?
UFG, unidentified flying gentleman.
Wait, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with the brainwashing xenobunnies.
Brainwashing Xenobunnies is a good band name. Yeah, AC, Menashu's the reasonable one. Stealth Savage owned from...
time, cooling swiftly, bleeding light.
No, look, exhaust. It's very, very powerful exhaust ports. I have answers. Very powerful exhaust ports, anti-gravity displacers as the undercarriage, part of the undercarriage, and air aspected wheels. Aether currents. Well, I mean, that is, just because there's aether currents, to have something be able to ride aether currents is more complex than just aether currents existing. Because aether currents kind of exist everywhere. But like things like the Mana Cutter can take advantage of them. All right, Mr. Smartman, how does the hippo fly? Farts. Farts. Just like rank, powerful toots, just on repeat. In fact, we feed it aether crystal. We feed it air, wind aspected crystals in order to, you know, maximize the output. You know what? Fair answer. Corvosi flying carpet curtains, apparently, if I read the description correctly. Oh, does it have it part of its description? Wonder. Ah, hello. I'll definitely look at this after the AC, and I wonder if they have that in the description. That's pretty cool.
Ah, there it is. And there it goes. Come on, we can't let it get away.
It is Corvosi flying carpets. Look at the description right now. I'm not surprised. I wonder if that means that Corvos is going to be loosely Persian inspired at all.
We did it, Landrill. We found the inspector. Case closed.
Horrendous. Only aliens can subject a man to such a callous and physically implausible fate.
Oh, that's not good.
Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or do we see a whole field of planted Hildebrands?
I love it when they try to it's funny when they justify some mounts and not others. Because some they try, and then others they just don't even bother.
Well, well, what a delightful surprise is you here, whoever here happens to be. Wow, what an impressive specimen of a gentleman you are, good sir. The same could be said of you, my good man.
I learned not to question it long ago. I mean, the Anatsas made elephant fly. Dude, I mean, like, look at all the tribe beasts. All the in Persian names. Are all the Persian names? Are none of them Indian? Like classically.
Is this an exemplatorily gentleman's club, if it may be so bold as to join you?
I'm pretty sure that all trials should now just be 8-man Hildebrand. Where did they get tea?
What in the name of the occult is happening here? Where do they all come from?
Imposters, you mean? Don't worry, I know just how to find the real inspector.
Cease and desist, Nashu. Use your powers of deduction, not destruction.
They're also authentic and synchronized. I honestly can't tell the difference.
Where did Nash just put that? She doesn't have pockets. And she just put it behind her back.
Well, look no further, for I am one and the one and only Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. The one and only? I believe that would be me, good sir. How odd, I think you will find that I am the original Hildebrand. Oh, I am more than certain that I am the original Hildebrand. As am I. Could it be that we are all Hildebrand? How positively marvelous. I propose we celebrate this auspicious moment as only a mob of Mandeville men can.
Hit it.
What manner of waking nightmare is this?
Wave light, life is hell. Memories. Come sail away with me, Hildebrand.
Apologies for the confusion, my friends. I assure you that this time you stand in the presence of the inimitable Hildebrand Heliodor Maximilian Mandeville. And this immutable blue chap here is my new associate, Master Poo-Poo. Another alien species. Of course, you're building a clone army to invade our star, and what we stumbled upon was a field test.
I do not believe we have the pleasure, my excitable fellow, but I promise you that the amicable Master Poo-Poo has no desire to wage any clone wars. Man, it's all sorts of Star Wars references.
Then what's all this about? Are you telling me you weren't abducted?
A simple misunderstanding. Oh, we're gonna get echo explanation, and by explanation I mean exposition. Exposition.
Oh ho ho, what a charming little rascal you are, an offshoot of the Mandragora family perchance.
Boo, 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 boo. Boo, boo.
Ah, I see you're pleased to make your acquaintance, Master Poo-Poo.
I might inquire as to our current whereabouts, but recently I reunited with Nashu and Lendriel when I'd greatly appreciate it if you could convey me back to my prior location. Splendid. Full speed ahead, my dear fellow. Steady on now. This is not what I had in mind.
Final Fantasy's Master Poo Poo and Fire Emblem's Dedu will never not make me get 'em. More like Dedus.
My word, you generated a veritable battalion of identical gentlemen. Surely it would never safely contain so much pre-Mandevillian magnificence. Could you perchance revise the process? What?
How did this not make a new crater? What is going on? He accepted his fate. Not a living Mandeville. More like dude. Dedu. More like dude. Dedu. Dedu's this case. Not sure with me. Glorious. Oh gods, not like that. I blinked and I... Mummy! Thus, I've concluded that Master Popo has no grasp of the common tongue, and his true intentions, while surely peaceable, remain woefully unclear. It was only through frenzied gestures that I managed to direct him back here, and I've cleaned up our Mandeville multiplicity incident.
Boo boo! I hail from boo 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 from Star! Boo boo! A great distance from here. Boo boo! I came in search of friends whose communications halted mid-exploration.
It's interesting that it took us a second for our echo to get it. All this way to wait a comrade in distress, you say? The devotion, the determination, your touching story has sunk its hooks into my heart. Fear not, my blue-hued friend, for I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have attached myself to this case like a stubborn barnacle on a kraken's behind. I swear to you, here and now, I shall scour all of creation, from the deepest pits of the seven hells to the very pinnacles of the heavens, for the missing comrade that you so desperately seek. No. Alien Mandragora. Tell me, Lendril, how is that you are able to understand Master Poo-Poo's language? Magic. The power of echoes. Ah, you mean persistent repetition. It sounds similar to Mandeville art of parley.
You're saying that you have extrasensory ability that allows communication with aliens? How fascinating. Yes, most fascinating indeed.
Pending mysteries aside, I'm glad to indeed to once more be in the company of my faithful assistant and stalwart contemporary, both. One more. So begins the case of the silent correspondent.
Not to rain on your parade, but my friend who was somewhere on your star stopped sending me messages. It's not a lot to go on. I've spent years investigating the existence of aliens, and recent experiences notwithstanding, they're not that easy to find.
Then you know Inspector Hildebrand. He'll solve this case as soon as he solved countless others, while unerring perception and panache.
Ha! Well said, Nashu. I need but relinquish my consciousness thoughts to investigate instinct, and the clues will follow to me forthwith. I had to slap the conspiracy guy again and again and again. I mean, yeah. Mood.
Lose yourself in detective current, Inspector.
You're channeling, aren't you? Contracting a higher power to breach the veil of mystery. Another fascinating development.
Ah, there you are. I've been looking all over for you. Thought you'd like to know I had spotted a chap you were asking about, you know. The well-muscled gentleman with tattered clothing and dazzling teeth.
You mean this gentleman? We found him too.
Well, that can't be right. I just saw him in the north of our laboratory, and he ran the other way when I called out. I don't know how he could have arrived before me.
I have a feeling, Mr. Bunny, sir, that what you saw was an imposter. Lendril, would you mind asking Mr. Poo-Poo if he was growing any more inspectors in the moon?
Boo! Boo! I only created a single batch, but one did manage to escape the vaporization beam. As the individual behavior was unpredictable. A flaw in the cloning process, I'm afraid.
Well, that won't do at all. We cannot have the flawed inspector running around besmirching the Mandeville name. Master Poo-Poo, I must ask that we hunt down and liquidate my other selves as soon as possible, while we delay the search for your comrades until the deed is done.
Pooh, pooh! The imperfect clone was on my making. It is only right that I redress my mistake first.
Poo-Poo, gobby booms, poo!
Pooh, pooh! Gobby booms, pooh!
So begins the case of the imposter inspector.
That does sound exciting. If you don't mind me coming along, I can show you the place where I saw the imposter inspector.
Pooh!
Oh, look at him waddle!
I ain't going to bed without my motherfucking relic.
Vroom vroom, baby. I guess I have to get my paladin relic first. I wonder if I'm gonna enjoy 6.3 paladin when they do the rework. I wonder how hard or soft of a rework it's gonna be. I wish I just even knew what they were thinking in terms of like changes. I mean, I assume it's more so to make it a little more burst and a little bit less, a little more tied into the 2-minute windows, because right now it's not really. As long as I can cast big swords, yeah, with Confiteor. Well, seeing as they just added Confiteor with Endwalker, I think we'll be okay. I spy with my little eye, no dashingly defective gentleman.
You can't have made it far on foot. Why don't we try searching the immediate area? Scan the horizon, that kind of thing.
Then I suggest we split up so we can cover more ground. Nashu, Lendrio, I will investigate the northwest.
Right, I'll take the other two and head northeast.
Splitting the party again. You're leaving me with the aliens?
Oh, relax, Bright Eyes. We'll have a nice chat and I can disabuse you of all those strange conspiratorial notions. Oh, and we can get to know our new friend here.
Let us be on our way as well, with Lendriel in the van, if you please. Heart of Amber. Wrought in time. Autumn time. Behold, the sublime vista. 'Tis as the moon herself breathes beneath our feet.
Oi, look down there. They have their very own hot spring.
My dear Nashu, what you are observing is no hot spring, but a natural reservoir of cerulean.
Oh,
With such a rich resource to hand, it is no wonder that they can afford these palatial residences.
I'm glad you're here to educate me, Inspector. I was about to take a quick soak.
I wonder if he's just making that shit up, or if that actually, I mean, like, it's an ethereal sea of its own, but, like, I wonder if there actually is cerulean down there. I feel like he's just saying stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just saying stuff. But that would be interesting.
But based on the vision we have in A Realm Reborn, it's basically, I think the moon just has its own, like, mini ethereal sea. Ceruleum is blue, isn't it? So I think Hildy just doesn't know what ceruleum looks like. Ceruleum is typically blue, but when it's aerosolized, weird shit can happen. So it's typically defined that way, but weird shit can happen with ceruleum. Goldsmithing hammer is lodged in the thinker's carcass. It appears to have been dealt a single swift killing blow.
Core, that bug's grown big up here, don't they?
This hammer, surely it cannot be. Nay, it does not bear thinking about. Come along, nothing to see here.
When you fight Zodiac and he moves the arena, the background drains and we see glowing blue streams of some liquid very similar to how ceruleum is normally depicted for a moment. Interesting. I'll make sure to look closely next time I do that. The dark glow.
What a dazzling display of stars.
Not a single cloud in sight. In fact, I've never seen the night sky so clearly.
Not that you mention it. It's been nighttime the entire time. I've been here much longer until... How much longer until dawn breaks, do you think?
Yeah, no, he's just a dumbass. Ooh, is that a world boss? That is a world. That is an S rank. I guess no one's doing hunts right now, so you're more likely to see an S rank out. I mean, like, I'm sure some people are doing hunts, but...
Jellybean, night!
We're gonna be wrapping up here before too long. Well, how many quests are there in, to get the relic?
Ah, looks like he's yawning. The hammer stuck in his head spoils the effect, though.
It cannot be here. Why would he be here?
That's a goldsmithing tool, isn't it? It does look awfully familiar.
Just the one? Sweet.
And yet completely unrelated to our case. Move on, people. Moving on.
Not stages, the quests. Like how long are the quests, though? Only one small one in the collection of 3 mats. What is that? Don't you buy the 3 mats for tombstones, though? Aha! The sand and the snow were half an emblem of moon dust. I'd recognize those fancy footprints anywhere. A perfect copy of mine. Our fugitive imposter must be up ahead. Yeah, 500. Yeah. I mean, it's not even a couple more, right? Because it's just one phase. I sense a gentlemanly presence. He's very close.
No clones in the northeastern quadrant. That we could see anyways.
That's clever. Mr. Poo Poo can scout for us from the air.
Aha! I found me.
Why? Why did I flee? He seems sad, downcast, and very uninspector-like.
A flawed creation, to be sure. Such negative emotions would never mar the heart of a true Mandeville man.
Oh god, is this gonna be it? This is gonna be it, isn't it?
The demon. Praise Thal for his patience. 'Twould seem my beloved Hildy has been awoken from his unnatural slumber.
Oh, shit.
Abandon my gentlemen comrades to say myself. My pride in worse tatters than my maltreated wardrobe. My fatherly love denied, unthinkable, unless this is not my son.
Flee, Mandeville, flee!
Not gonna make it. Oh my god. It's so ridiculous.
King, good to see, glad to have you. And I would agree with you. Flinging him back to Earth.
Another of me survived?
I'll not turn tail run this time. No, sir. Hildebrand, to the rescue. Yeah, that's a good point, Hydra.
Yes.
By the power of teamwork. Will they both get thrown? Round and round as fast as I can. I can't slow down. I'm a Mandeville man! Did they get this high score?
God, these two are utter chaos.
Beautiful. God bless this stupid. No, they didn't awaken it, did they? Oh, we've been wondering what's up with this thing for forever. What? What?
Now I know I'm dreaming. That can't possibly be real.
Ah, that was a little something we were preparing to welcome the people of Atheris. I almost forgot it was still there.
Yep, well, now we understand the point 2 trailer, Buns. God bless these stupid game. Okay, but why? I love it, but why? Precisely, Hydra.
The barrage appears to have stopped, but just look at all this junk. Please be sure to pick up your litter before you leave. The moon belongs to everyone, you know.
Ooh, what is it? Is it the thing that inspires him for the relics? Foresight. Oh ho ho. Am I crazy? Isn't that a Orsite?
Hildebrand, Hildibrand, Maximilian Mandeville, how glad I am to see you up and about. Your mother will be beside herself with joy.
I only stand before you now thanks to Nashu, who stood ever vigilant at my bedside, and Elendriel, who ferried my soul back from across the rift. My son is indeed blessed with comrades of quality. You have my heartfelt gratitude. To you, Master Poo-Poo, I extend my apologies. In my excitement, I fear I have broken your starship. Is there aught I can do to help effect your repairs? You have only to ask.
Boo, boo! My vessel experienced a temporary malfunction, but there was no major structural damage.
It brings me relief and joy to hear it. Might I have a word, Lendriel? I'd actually come to the moon in a search of a certain rare ore, and by Thal's good graces, my quest has been successful. The ore, however, is but the first step of a longer saga. Meet me back in Razat Han, and I will explain the role I wish you to play. I wonder what made them choose Hildebrand. Yes, I think it best to make the journey stewards. We'll not find Master Poo-Poo's friend from up here unless someone's packed an extremely efficacious spyglass. Anybody? Nope? Then home it is. Oh, look at him.
For years, I've chased after the supernatural and the inexplicable, but to encounter so much of it in such a short span of time, my mind still reels from the implications. Yet I must keep my gaze focused beyond the veil. A chance like this comes only once in a lifetime.
Zeph! You just missed the most amazing thing. Holy moly. If you go back like 5 minutes or so. What did I miss? Rabbits flashing me. Ah, how lovely to be back on the star of my birth. Father did not tarry to chat, but still something about returning here with a trusted employee. Oh, I just do the Alex Jones instead of the Hildebrand. Well, we've no time for future family or pleasantries. Nashu and I must devote our mental energies to the case of the silent correspondent. My keen inspector senses impels me to begin our search in that direction. Make haste, my companions, for justice waits for no man, not even one who is little and blue. Rabbits twerking. Inspector, wait, you can't just...
His channeling appears to be remarkably effective. Fascinating, yes. Most fascinating indeed. Lendriel, forgive me. I seem to have been laboring under a misconception. After spending some time with the Xeno bunnies, it has become clear to me that I have not the slightest intention of invading our star. No, they're no threat to us. But he is, you know of whom I speak, the devious Master Poo Poo and his diabolical devices, devised solely for the world domination. I shall have to investigate him further, learn the intricacies of his plan, but I may require your aid, not to mention your interpretations. If you even play a retainer fee, so please, when the time comes, join me on my quest for the truth.
Poo poo, away!
Ma, Lendriel, my apologies for the wait. Shall we proceed to business then? The task at hand concerns nothing less than the family legacy. The recreation of the historically significant and astronomically magnificent Mandeville weapons. They were the designs of a distant ancestor, you see. While the originals have long since vanished, the manual containing the secrets of their construction survived, a precious heirloom passed down through the generations of Mandevilles. 'Tis true that a goldsmith had little occasion for crafting implements of war. Why this project? Why now? You may very well ask yourself. Then I shall very well tell you. The tale begins not so long ago. I was here in Razathan to discuss a deal with an up-and-coming merchant. The matter in question was an acquisition proposal. The talk soured, so I made preparations to depart. It was then that the sky burst into flame. You know all too well what horrors followed. I did my best to defend the citizenry from the beasts which spawned, yet I could not save them all. Saved far too few, in fact. The memory of it haunted me. Day and night I found myself unable to work. But then I heard the news of how you and your companions had ventured forth to banish the evil at its source. You forged on in the face of the deepest despair, and gave me the courage to do the same. I took a good hard look in the looking glass and asked myself, what can God but Mandeville do to safeguard the people of this star? Thus did I realize that I had both the knowledge and the skill to forge the greatest of weapons, that I might empower others to protect themselves and that fellow man. So I began going down the list acquiring necessary materials with a single-minded purpose. One of those was a goodly chunk of purest mandarium. That's what it was. Or a metal found exclusively in meteorites, and then only rarely. I searched high and low, scouring impact sites and consorting with kobolds, all to no avail. Then, when none was to be found on Hydaelyn, I set my sights on the moon, where I at last obtained a sizable sample. Now, I say at last, but the list of materials goes on. If I'm to collect the rest in a timely fashion, I must implore the help of a comrade of quality. When you can spare a moment from advertising or aiding my dear son in his inspecting, pray, drop a word in the ear of my manservant here.
I mean, Godber is awesome. Is often wholesome and heartbreaking out of nowhere. So like, I love it. I mean, when he shows up in like non-Mandeville stuff, it's usually actually pretty like with really some sincere and pragmatic stuff going on. I shall clear my schedule of trivial interruptions and we can proceed with the recreation of the Mandeville weapon forthwith. So it's not shocking. Yeah, the scene with Nanamo and him in 4.x. Yeah. Or just like anytime like there's like the Make It Rain campaign and he shows up in those stories. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Razathan. Also good to see you. Glad to have you, Zeph. Thanks for popping by. Oh god, he's back. Just doing all of the 2.5 stuff. We did like Criterion for about 5 hours today, and then we did. We've been doing. I started crying when we started doing the Omnicron tribe quests, because if you haven't done them yet, the music for the like locale that unlocks is very touching and moving. And then we've been doing Hildebrand since. I need an adult. Sound the alarm! A prisoner is escaping! Dude, so much fucking rug burn on that ass. And I'm my own grandpa, Demins. What do you want? On solid ground or far out of this world, beyond the truth lies the weird and the absurd. A beloved son, he's second to none. Our agent of inquiry, Hildibrand, Mandeville! Definitely not an alien clone! Sweet. Let's get that relic. Yep, I do want Paladin. I can always take it as another one later.
Master Shige, how wonderful to finally speak with you. Your cooperation in Lord Mandeville's weaponsmithing endeavor is highly appreciated. Regarding said endeavor, we borrowed a corner of the High Crucible in which to base our crafting station. If you would be so kind as to follow me. Burning brightly and gone away. Our humble base of operations. You will no doubt be coming back and forth many times in the day ahead, so I would strongly suggest you attune to the city's Aethernet, if you've not done so already. Otherwise, I trust you are all set to proceed. One moment while I inform Lord Mandeville of your arrival.
I just want to point out that even Godbird struggled to kill blasphemies and save people, and he's capable of one hit in level 90s rings. Yeah. One man cannot save everyone. Can't be, even no matter how powerful, he can't be everywhere at once. Oh ho ho, welcome Ledreal. Welcome with your stalwart assistants added into the mix. I have every confidence that the adventures in foraging will be a complete success. And so let us begin with a detailed exposition on the history of Mandeville weaponry. First of all, when I say Mandeville weaponry, what I refer to is the series of masterpieces crafted by the legendary artisan Hildebrand Mandeville, the first lord of House Mandeville. Made with mystical mandrium, these purported peerless armaments are perhaps our most prized treasures, or at least they were until someone misplaced them. Terrible housekeeping, that. Fortunately, the time-worn manual in which Godbird penned his secrets is both intact and still within our possession. Thus, with the precious family heirloom in hand, a ready supply of purest ore, I intend to recreate what was lost. The work, however, cannot proceed without a few more key ingredients. I should like to call upon you to procure said materials, as well as provide a seasoned adventurer's perspective on the fruits of our labor. Excellent. I knew I could count on you. As a goldsmith's craft and weaponry is akin to venturing into unknown territories, I will place my trust only in the most proficient guides. Speaking of which, may I introduce one of the very best in the business. Come on over, my friend. Geralt, it's gonna be Geralt. Aye, yep, called it. Ugh, bloody hells. I had a feeling you were with the adventurer. His lordship mentioned was helping out. Let's a fly on shit when you can witch a sniffy out shiny a new weapon, ain't ya? Come on, this'll be fun. Oh, aye, like a barrel of plague-ridden Pisces. Look at the Gilgamesh deal and I'm forced to hammer for. I'd rather drag me stones across Hudco's than forge another rich old bastard's trinkets. Is that way of it, then? I contact Rowena hoping to employ the talents of Eorzean's finest smith, but as you clearly have no interest in providing me with all your services, I shall hire another artisan. We can put this talk of stones and coals behind us. Wait, you've got me all wrong, your lordship. This was just a bit of smithy old humor to lighten the mood. I would be honored to work of your on your trinket trigger Mandeville weapon. So here's the thing. I already spent the coin in this job and bring me on some right fancy bottles of Avenarian liquor. I can't afford not to do it. So that means we'll be back in business, but yes, marvelous. Ho 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 ho. Aye, it's bloody splendid it is. Your crew in the present is accounted for, so let's get it smithing. This is not I'd like to do more. Presently, however, there are 3 conundrums which stand between us and making any Mandeville arrangements on reality. The first of these is devising a method for working the Mandarium, from which I have been able to decipher from the manual. The process is quite demanding. You just leave the old growth. I've yet to meet a metal I can't beat into shape. Oh ho, then I shall see the chore to your artisanal ingenuity. The second is the crafting of ornamentation, which will amplify the weapon's etheric intensity. If it's a sturdy blade you'll need, then I'm your man. But fiddly bits of decoration are not in me smith and wheelhouse. That is a fortune that I'm fiddling with bits is most assuredly in mine, though it shall no doubt be a challenge, creating suitably exquisite adornments, a task well suited for me and my goldsmith and hammer. As for the third and final problem, waiting for resolution, require a vial of Mandeville, and if one has access to an industrial-sized alchemical furnace, it should be possible to extract this superlative mineral oil from mandarium-rich meteorites. Assuming I've understood what I've heard of the process, the exclamandarium, what's its oil is a key to maximizing ethereal conductivity. And thanks to the good graces of the High Crucible, we have the extraction apparatus we will require right here. All that remains is to collect 3 or so goodly chunks of mandarium meteorite. That'll be your charge, Lendriel. Right, then I'll see what I've been preparing the materials for my share of the workload. And I'll start stroking the flames. Sounds like we'll need them nice and hot. Don't tell me that's Hydra. I still need to go to bed. Oh, Rowena asked me to tell you something. Seems like one of our lackeys on so bloody conveniently set up shop over by the Aethery, and just might have the meteor chunks we need. Lass by the name of Jubarun, I think it was. Could save you some searching, but she has just, sure as shit ain't giving out sky rocks for free. Mandeville Weapons, a saga of hammers and heroes. Spoopy time. Jubarun in Aethery Plaza. I expect she got some meteorite chunks you need, but like I said, it won't come cheap. Aethery Plaza, you say. Is there no other way to earn it? Is it just tomestones? Can you not, like, earn it from doing any daily stuff or anything?
You must be the famous Landriel. Mr. Rowena said to expect you, and to assist you with any procurement requests.
That's weird.
Mandarium meteorite? Why yes, we haven't cornered the market on that particular asset. Only so many of them fall into the sky, you see, and collectors offer top gild for such rarities. In your case, however, I've been instructed to request payment in alternative currencies. Say it with me now. Tomestones. Allegan Tomestones. The going rate is 500 Allegan Tomestones of astronomy for 1 chunk of Mandarium meteorite. I'll be here whenever you're ready to make the trade.
Rowena does equals Jeff Bezos. Brendan, good to see you, glad to have you. It's always nice to pop in and see you doing things. Dove says hi as well. It's been, oh, tell Dove I say hi. It's been so long. I think about you guys on the reg. I hope you guys are doing well. I have currently been streaming for, let's see. I've been streaming since about 6. I streamed about probably 10 or 11 hours today in total. Probably only like 10. Oh, well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your arse. Let's see the goods. Actually, the fist-sized hunk of meteorite contains rich deposits of exceedingly rare mandarium ore. Provides a small amount of quantity of mineral oil with the subject to a unique extraction and refinement process. Yeah, okay. Sloppy. Are you telling me you want a thumb up? Look, go tell your boyfriend you want a thumb up your ass test. Aye, these are proper skyrocks and no mistake. Godbird's not back yet, but I reckon we got a head start on extracting some of the special oil of his. Doing much better recently. There was some heartbreaking family stuff that happened in last year. I'm sorry, man. For Doves, we've been kind of withdrawn. Yeah, I'm sorry that you've been struggling and having a rough time. We've lately been dying to get into things again. Well, I would love to see you guys. I'd love to hang out with you guys again. So, yeah, if you were definitely looking to get back, feel free to like message me or something. If you ever want to like help or and if you want people to do stuff with you, you're also welcome to like just do, you know, at looking for group and stuff and the Eorzean archives stuff if you ever need people. But yeah, I hope things are getting better, and I hope you're getting back in the groove. I'm sure everyone would love to see you again. Did someone say sloppy? Des said sloppy because Des is sloppy. Bugger, this might as well be a cooking grease for all the conductivity it's got. I must have botched one of those steps, but which one? I'm pretty sure I followed the instructions to the damn letter.
There was no fault in the process, Master Geralt.
Did he tune in? Beautiful. You started it. You started it, Des. It's not my fault. Oh, then how do you explain the bottle of weak piss sitting on Mandeville? It has yet to undergo the final It has yet to undergo the final treatment, an advanced oil pressing technique passed down through generations of Mandeville lubricant enthusiasts. Aren't we all just Mandeville lubricant enthusiasts at the end of the day? Taking more than some enthusiastic oil pressing to bring this liquid up to snuff. Oh, ye of little faith, observe. Show them the sloppy. Mandeville lubricant enthusiasts, exactly! Exactly. Yep, wait for it, yep. Okay, is it his biceps? Is it his abs? Or is it his clenched ass cheeks? Gods, man, what in the seven hells are you shipping down to your small clothes for? I should have known you were just some degenerate fop. Patience, Master Geralt. This is merely the prelude. I definitely thought he was about to sit on it.
Behold the mighty squaw of the Mandeville!
That should be enough to get the juices flowing. Now to demonstrate the aforementioned technique.
A single drop of potently empowered Mandeville perspiration. Yes!
Ye gods, it's full of stars. But it don't change anything. It's still just an eccentric old bugger prancing about and sweating on things. Crafting limit breaks be getting wild these days. Exactly. Maybe so, but look closer, Master Geralt. This is the Exclamander vial made ready. What do you mean, ready? All you did was add your drippings. Bugger me. It ain't possible. Don't suppose you're gonna explain this, are you? One does not simply reveal the tricks of one's trade, especially long-guarded family traditions. As a fellow professional, I'm sure you'll understand. Aye, well, make no difference to me. Wouldn't be caught dead doing them then creepy poses. Don't say add your drippings. Most of my recipes are finished by adding my drippings to them. Bracing banner aside, I do believe that puts us in possession of all the necessary components. It's your time to shine, Master Geralt. Oh, I'll shine all right. You're a cut above the average craftsman, I'll grant you that. But you've still a few rungs to climb. Best shield your eyes, gents, because my work is positively blinding. What is God's burst sweat? Power. The era and Hrothgar has. I work for the blood and tears aspect of the creation process. Hey, if it works, it works. The dramatic build-up. This is a lot. I mean, Godbur is a lot. I'm not sure what else you'd expect, King. I also thought he was going to sit on it. Warriorflight is very blasé about this. I feel like the Warriorflight's used to this shit at this point. Success, just as predicted. Oh, I fucking love it. That right there is a collaborative masterpiece. Oh, it's perfect for my glam. The Mandeville sword and the Mandeville kite shield. Dude, it's like perfect for my glam. That I would live to see my ancestors' wondrous forge recreated. You made me happy, Mandeville, man. Yeah, it made me happy, Mandeville, man. Let's not break the bubbly booze out just yet, your lordship. We got a ways to go before we can call our work finished. Master Geralt is quite right. I've neglected to properly explain this, but the first stage of much grander creation, the bare bones of the weaponry, if you will. Aye, now begins the endless chore of refinement, which means I'll be stuck here for God's knows how long.
I am loath to monopolize your time, my good blacksmith, but the manual is written in the most confounding cipher. I'm not even certain when I will finish decoding the next step in the process. And so I'll sit idle then, eh? At least I have a few bottles of quality liquor to keep me company. A regrettable yet unavoidable delay. Let us reconvene when the manual has given up its secrets, shall we? Meanwhile, I'll leave the weaponry in the battle-hardened hands. When next we meet, your reported performance will be indispensable in guiding our improvements. Ah, and yes, should you wish to experiment with a different variety of Mandeville weapon. Then this highly trained House Mandeville artisan is at your service. I've imparted him the necessary techniques for facilitating this initial stage of crafting. It requires only a contribution of Mandarium meteorite to forge a weapon of your choosing. It's clear that this is in case they want to use Mandeville for like Hildebrand and stuff. They have to justify why he's not here. Another naked bastard! What do you Mandeville's folk have against trousers? Oh, ho, ho, ho. You know what? I don't even want to know. Just leave the smithing to me. When I do my job, I do it right. Gobber has 2 modes. Crafting limit breaks and weird poses. And the weird anti-socialists don't give him the money or they won't work. Rhetoric. It's true. Very well. Then I shall return anon. I am most eager to see the next stage of our masterpiece take shape. Oh, thank you, Brent. Thank you, Brent.
I want to point out the servants were dyed pearl white.
Okay, I gotta equip that. I gotta. That I'm actually like shocked. I did not look at the weapon really. I saw like an idly I'm passing by in a thumbnail, but like I'm shocked at how well that works with my glam. Like it's almost like I planned that shit. Why won't you let me die? Just let me die the soft goods for fucking the Troy armor. I beg of you. The Warrior Valley is very used to it if the 6.1 Mandeville quests say anything about it. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You saw how we were in the beginning of those end cutscenes. Yeah. I got the Red Mage first since it's my main. Going for Monk next. Need more tomes. Yeah, I think I'll be doing a lot of like side content and stuff to get. I'll be getting tomes and just building up for all the people. I should look at the other ones like Reaper and stuff. I got the ninja ones. Nice, Zeph. I went for Machinist on my main. Had to make a new glam. Got Sam, of course. Yeah, Mandeville Revolver's top tier gun. Also, as always, thank you, Brent. I want to point out the servants were dyed pearl. I'm not a big fan of the Gunbreaker weapon since it looks quite similar to the Shadow. I'm assuming you mean Shadowbringer's relic, but I love the Shadowbringer's relic, so that's actually a good thing for me. Here, give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. Here. I can keep a secret if you guys can keep a secret. Oh, dude, that's amazing! Holy shit! That's my favorite gunblade. That is absolutely 100% my favorite gunblade they've ever made. Oh my god. That is my new gunblade. Holy fuckamole. Is that a... Oh, what a wowzer. It's actually oh, yes. Yes. Dude. Wow. So, definitely gonna be working on that next. Actually, I'm curious. Does it recommend it? No. Technically, still the strength, crit, vitality, determination versus strength, crit, vitality, determination. Okay, it's still the same. So they're probably equal then. Which isn't surprising. I mean, it's usually equal. Mandeville Gunblade, yeah. Yeah, I gotta pop out for a good bit considering the stream's about to end. Have a wonderful night. You too, Hydra! I can't keep secrets. Well, Zeph, you're gonna curse me then. How the fuck did you get that tome so quick? Great question.
It is better than the EX4 one. Is it? Because it looked like it was the identical stats. 122, 122, 229, 229, 196, 196, 244, 137, 137. No, determination slightly higher. Yeah, it is better. It is actively better. In one stat. And only in one stat. But yeah, it definitely is better. Yoshi P saw you. And somehow I think I'll be forgiven. Oh, the one problem is the shield clips into the cave. I'm actually surprised they like, I mean, that's honestly okay. I'll just carry it like this most of the time. But I'm surprised that they like have, like the Troya armor just came out, and the fact that it clips so bad is actually kind of shocking. But holy shit, that is my favorite gunblade they have ever made, bar none, not even a close. I think the closest might be like the Phase 2 Gunbreaker one, might approach that, but like, no, man. That is gonna be, ooh, that was, I'm feeling things in my loins. I want that in real life. I might 3D print that in real life. Yeah, it's got the slight bell curve too, and a lot of shields are pretty good about curving to the left, right, rather than up and down. Yeah, or even just like if they like did the thing where they just made it like off your back a little bit more. I'm surprised. I'm choosing to end my night over in Elysium because of that music. Just hits so good. I just accept all the clipping with capes. Yeah, but the thing is that like, especially like when I'm using things like Excalibur and like old, like Excalibur doesn't clip through anything, so it's particularly bad. Like, it's not, if I'm running it's clipping, that's one thing, but it's just resting and clipping that bad is shocking to me. Let's see if I can find a interesting place to sit. I wish I could go back to what it looked like before there was But you know what? That's okay. Like my whole point when we got here in the first place was, things change. That's okay. This is the vibe I want to go out on, so. I'm Mikote playing a paladin currently, so clipping capes are just a sacrifice I have to make. Okay, yes, fair. But also, like, there's only so much you can get behind tails, unless they just, like, let you hide your tail, which, honestly, I think they should. Making my new houses on Elysium so I can program lullaby music. I mean, you could, once they let us get the, I'm sure when you'll be able to unlock the music for it as, once we do the tribe, and you'll be able to put that in the house. But yeah, I think that's where we'll call it for here for tonight. We got everything we wanted to do in 6.25. I'm going to be playing a fuck ton of Criterion. I want to play a lot of Criterion. I want to play a lot of Variant Dungeon. Seriously, guys, if you want someone to like just flex in, just at me on the looking for group. Like use the looking for group, but you can also literally just do at Elio on the looking for group, and if you ever need an extra hand for Criterion or Variant for the next at least like month or so, I may not always be immediately able to do it because I may be in the middle of something, but I will definitely try to drop things to get into that. So if you want a hand, please, I need more justifications to do it. Go full DBZ and allow Mikote to wrap their tails around their waist like snazzy belts. Yeah, if you yank on them, does it weaken them? Do Mikotes turn into like giant werecats under the full moon? That would be a great post-stream screen for you. Yeah, maybe I should just record it. Let's just go ahead and record that. They let Graha hide his tail as XR. Why can't I? Yeah. I definitely do that tomorrow. I still have yet to run the new dungeon. Yeah, definitely Dest. What are Hrothgar if not Baramiko? Perfect. Elio, please, I can only get so erect. If you need an extra hand for varying Criterion, then Elio will Godbird jump his way in to help you. It's true. That's an apt way of putting it. Usual. So don't forget that the video maybe we wait late this week because we want to add the footage and information from the new Halloween event because it's going to be about Halloween, the history of All Saints Wake. So probably Thursday, maybe even Friday, if depending on how I'm feeling, time and wise and stuff. But hopefully soon. Also, we put out a short though in the meantime on Tuesday that's a little bit about a certain Mikote girl. So you should definitely check that out if you haven't already. With that said, yeah, also Thursday we have the Final Fantasy II replay with Niniri. If you don't know what the schedule is, you can always find the schedule on the Discord. Speaking of which, you haven't joined the Discord, come join the Discord. Ray is not here. I do not have a mod. Thank you all for behaving, by the way. I actually haven't had a mod this whole time. So luckily you guys have been behaving perfectly, so I've not had to worry about it. But yeah, definitely check out the Discord. It's a good place to like socialize, talk with other people. If you want to get into Final Fantasy lore stuff, or just have a good time, or apparently have a Graha alt, or find people to play with. On top of that, Friday is Lore Book Club, so you can always join that over on the Discord. Saturday we have the community event. I'm assuming that community event this week is going to be Variant and Criterion Dungeon, just because I think that's where the most interest is probably at this point. Beyond that, let me think. Sundays I have off. Next Monday, we're going to be doing 3.5, and then we're going to be going into 4.0. So get ready. I also have the Eorzean J cosplay is done, and it's finally complete. I finally got it done. After having to start from scratch recently because of stuff, I have it done, and I will be wearing it on Monday. So, I'm also going to have to re-dye my hair silver, I think. But, look at that. No mods, yeah. Quickly riot in the streets. Mods are asleep. Post ponies. Is it late for a lot for them? Yeah, I mean, for Ray, it's like 4 or 5 a.m. For V, it's like 12. It's like midnight. For, Issa, yeah. Post semi-safe raw picks. Sundays you have off, in theory. Correct. In theory. Just so long as it doesn't hit me with a Mandeville meteor. Also been getting a lot more of your shorts. Glad to see you doing well. Thanks, man. Also, again, give Dove my best. I hope you guys are doing better. Dove, hey, I hope you're doing well. So I'll be, watching you want to say hi. Absolutely. It's lovely to see you. I was just thinking about you guys. I was just thinking about you guys like a day or two ago. I was genuinely in my mind, like being like, wishing you guys well wherever you are. This is so serendipitous for you guys to show up. Let's get sloppy. There's Dove. Yeah, perfect timing. Yeah. But I don't know. If you guys want to, since we've been went hard today, we did 10 plus hours. If anyone wants to give me some gobby booms or some emotes and some lovely stuff, go for it. I'm checking your emotes. Well, so we only have like half of them in here. You should definitely go check out our Discord where you can see emotes like our gay bulge. Gay bulk. But definitely I would yeah, definitely. Thank you, Des, for passing some emotes my way. So give some energy before I head off to Dreamland. Your first one though. Our what now? Your what now? Here, I'll pull up the emote over here. I'm gonna have to make sure to edit that out for the screen. That is the emote. We have many and more over on the Discord for sure. And we also need to get some more done. So if anyone actually has any more emotes that they specifically want, and I'm assuming multiple of them are Raha based, but if anyone has any emotes we want to get done, I can hire Lady to get some more done now. But yeah. On this lovely little musical note, and on this peaceful little night, you can never have too much Raha. I'm starting to wonder if we'll find the limit one day, thanks to you guys. But, yeah. Whoops, all raw. Yeah. With all that said, I have been Eorzean, and it has been lovely spending this time with you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me as late as you have. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it every time. But I'll see you guys hopefully soon. And with that, have a good night.